Hello, this is Mizu. I'm sorry for kind of the late start. I kind of forgot about it, and also I was kind of busy helping relatives out. So like, yeah, I don't really have much to say other than like, we're in the jail tower. Like, we're just gonna continue exploring it. I'm hoping to at least get to the second part of the jail tower within this stream. Like maybe within like 3 or 4 hours, like around that range, because I am trying to like cut back from like doing 6 hour streams like the last two times. I didn't want to stream that long. I just want to try to make it a little shorter. So yeah, that's all I have to say. So let's go to the game. Hey, it's It's the tower nightmare. Let's go.
我がしんがりを務める。貴様らは先に行け。みんな絶対に振り切るぞ。覚悟しろ。出番だね。受けてみろ。覚悟して。出番ね。手を貸すわ。行くぞ。頑張れ。頑張るわ。行くわよ。力がみなぎる。よし来た。いい気分だ。どんなもんだ。
Honestly, the one thing that they changed for this nightmare is that it moves really quickly. As you can tell, like, it literally does zoom across the map. Like, my god. I wish there was a blood pump spot here. And also, like, look at these eyeballs. They're so goofy. I love them. And look at this. Like, look at this. But yeah, let's continue on with the game. Ooh, double rare enemies. That's... wow. I love rabbit jump. Like, look at that. I just literally crossed the gap without needing the rope.
頑張って任せろ。頑張るわ。全力でいくわよ。歌バレー。戦闘終了。終わったか。これくらい。出番だね。頑張るわ。手を貸すわ。よし、来た。我も行くわよ。我らの勝利だ。こんなとっておきだ。見つけたわ。敵だ。任せて。受けてみろ。早く行かせて。しっかりさせろ。頑張れ。当たって行くぞ。やったわね、ジャック。行くぞ行くぞ。出番だね。出番ね。手を貸すわ。任せろ。頑張れ。いいわ。頑張るわ。行きますわよ。これくらい余裕ですわ。とっておきですわ。来たぞ。
Oh,
調子いいぞ。
it's the bird enemies. I remember you.
行くよ。
I remember like in the first game they drop like a lot of experience points, so like they're a good like way to level up quickly when you get to the jail tower.
受けてみろ。行くぞ。我もいるぞ。勝ったぞ。いいか。これくらい余裕ですわ。行きますわよ。アイテムゲット。これくらい余裕ですわ。行き きますわよ。現れたわ。行くぞ行くぞ。手を貸すわ。行くぞ。我もいるぞ。見てください。出番ね。やったわね、ジャック。これくらい余裕ですわ。行きますわよ。アイテムよ。戦闘開始です。出番だね。頑張れ。勝つぞ。行くぞ。勝ったぞ。開通ですわ。行きますわよ。戦闘開始だ。行くぞ。頑張れ。出番だね。僕の番。早く行かせて。成功だぞ。おはよう。これくらい余裕ですわ。いいね、行くよ。勝つのはいいな。勝つのはいいな。ここまで来れば安全ね。とっておきですわ。あ、ラッキー。開通ですわ。ラッキーですね。敵だわ。いい調子ね。頑張って。
All the recovery, but Hamler didn't get it. That sucks.
出番ね。行くわよ。徹底的に叩き潰せ。来い。
Oh, hey Gwen. Oh my god. Sorry, I didn't notice you. I kind of was like busy with the game. I didn't check on chat. My bad. Oh my god. Hey Gwen, how are you? Don't worry about it. Alright. Doing good. How about you? I'm doing fine. This was kind of like a late. I kind of started stream late because of a mixture of two things. One, I kind of forgot about it. And two, I was busy helping relatives out. More specifically, they had to move stuff in the garage, so I had to help them out. So because of that, I kind of started stream a little late. Ooh, got the key. Nice. I'm not sure the last time you came to stream, but like, we're at the jail tower now. We're at the final chapter. We have all the girls, so that's a good thing to point out. And I'm kind of like, I'm gonna try to get to the second part of the jail tower within this stream. Like, I'm gonna try to get there as fast as I can.
これで終わりにしましょう。出番ね。見せてあげるよ。我らの勝利だ。
Pretty sure I missed last stream. Oh, alright. I can kind of give you like a brief recap from last stream. Essentially, last stream, I just finished the graveyard and did a bunch of grinding. And also finish up affection events because I'm pretty sure like we're not gonna get any new ones since this is the final chapter, like, and everything. Like, I don't think there's any more that the game can offer. Other than like, hey, here's a final chapter, and like, I hope you're ready because this is where things get really crazy. Where the fuck am I? Alright, it's up there. Also, saw you playing Team Fortress 2, by the way. Did you check the new update? Yes, I did. I did check that out because my friends were like talking about it, and they're like, oh hey, like Mizu, do you want to like play together and such? I'm like, oh sure, why not? Like, it's been a while since I played it, but like I didn't mind, you know, trying it out. Oh fuck. I didn't pay attention, my bad. But yeah, yay, we're in the jail tower and this is like brand new music, but I love this like new theme of the jail tower. Like, it's honestly really great. I had 10 hours on Team Fortress 2 on my old account. Haha. Ah, that's cool. But yeah, oh my god. This is a really good, like, final dungeon theme if you ask me, Gwen. Like, it's called Tower in the Mist, and like, my god, it's I think it's better than the first game's like final dungeon theme for the tower. Like in the first game, Drive is Speeding, which was the dungeon theme for the jail tower, like that one was made to make you go like, oh man, like it's the final chapter, like we're in the final dungeon. The story is like telling you like, hey, are you ready for some interesting plot twists? Like, it's like encouraging you to like climb to the very top and like try to uncover the mysteries of the jail and everything. For Mary Skelter's 2 case, it's like, oh, you're in the final dungeon, but for some reason, you can't help but feel like there's something wrong here. Like, you can't really pin down why, but you know there's something wrong here, but have no choice but to continue on. Yeah, I was about to comment on that. Yeah, I really do like Mary Skelter 2 music a lot. Like, I would say between 1 and 2, I would say like, I think 2 has more better music diversity, like in terms of like battle themes and such, compared to the first game, which I know that's kind of like, oh, the first game only has like 2 random battle themes and like a lot of good, like, you know, mini boss themes and like main boss themes and such, but like, it's kind of hard for me to be like, oh yeah, the first game's like soundtrack sucks. Like, nope, they're all good tracks. It's just that the first game didn't have a lot of like, you know, random battle theme tracks, which I feel like kind of hurts it a little. The Mary Skelter 2 is like, hey, we have 4 of them, and they're all equally great, except for the second one, which starts when you go to the water side. I didn't like that one. Beautiful Warriors, the second random battle theme, I didn't like it too much. But the other 3, like Purple Flight, the first one you hear, fucking fantastic. Great, like, first battle theme. music. The third one, Hero Prisoners, that starts when you go to the downtown. Beautiful. Like, the fact that they use that track for like all the trailers in Mary Skelter 2 tells you that, yeah, they know that's like a really good battle theme. And then the one you're listening to right now is called Sprint, which you first hear it when you're in the graveyard. And it's literally just designed to tell you that, like, well, it's the final random battle theme. It is literally just telling you that, hey, you're at the final stretch, so don't feel tense and just sprint with all your might, because you're literally approaching the finish line. Although if I have one thing to say about the design of the jail tower in Mary Skelter 2, there's not really much of a change. You can kind of tell, like, it looks exactly the same. The only difference is that it has like this weird blue mode around it. And like that's it. That's literally all they change for the jail tower. Oh, I have the key, so it's fine. Tower with mode here, yeah, exactly. Like, all they did was added, like, blue mode. Like, that's all they did. Oh yeah, Gwen, I wanted to tell you, actually, since you're here, I want to show you something interesting. Where is it? So, remember how you can, like, customize the jail by, like, either inputting, like, jail trials? Like, you essentially put penalties on you, but you get like big rewards for it, so it's like a high risk, high reward type of like system and such. Like, I don't really mess with this too much. I only do ones where I just want to grind or anything, or I want to make the battles more harder, so I just put on like this one to make the random encounters harder. And if I want the boss to be more harder, I can just put on this one. And such, but like, yeah, I do like this one, but the one I want to talk about the most is the control jail, which essentially, throughout the dungeon, you find these like items called jail pieces, and essentially you can put these jail pieces in the control jail, which will influence the jail roulette and such. You're only given like 50 points to use, and you can like customize it and everything. So like, yeah, there's like, I did this setup, but the one that I want to point out the most is this particular one that you can get when you enter the jail tower. Like, with the moment you enter it, this one becomes available for you to, like, you know, find and use and such. So there is this, where did I put it? Hold on. So there's this jail piece called the unknown piece. And what it does is that it will make this like jail panel appear called the unknown effect. If you were to land on that panel, everyone gets an instant level up. That includes people that is not in the active party. So what's broken about this is that it only costs 2 points to put in, and since you're only given like a total of 50 points to, like, you know, fill up the entire chart thing, and you're like, wait a minute, since it only costs 2, that means you can literally fill the whole thing up. and such. And remember, you get this piece when you enter the final dungeon. So that means is either the developers are aware that, oh, like the final dungeon is going to be a little harder, so that's going to cause people to grind. So we're just going to give them this this really broken gel piece that just makes leveling up so easy. And such. Like, it is so busted. Like, it really is. It doesn't help the fact that it comes back in finale and it's still like as busted as ever. So like, yeah. Also, yeah, it gives you an instant level up, and since level ups, you know, they recharge your HP and SP to like max. So that means every time you land on it in battle, you're essentially just given like, you know, free healing. Like, it's just free full healing. It's just wow. And such. And if you're wondering, like, does this gel piece still works if you hit the level cap, which is 99? Yeah, it still works. Like, you don't gain new levels, mind you, or new stats. They just like, okay, here's like full healing for everyone. Like, it's just like the moment you reach max cap, this gel piece just becomes like, okay, free heals. Like, everyone gets free heals and such. Like, it's just wow. Like, my god. But like, yeah, let me read your comment, your new one right here. Yeah, they're like, take this if you want to skip the grinding, dude. Yeah, exactly. It's literally just a, hey, skip the grind, here's a free level up. Oh shit, I didn't want to talk to the nightmare yet. Oh yeah, Gwen, since you played Death and Request... Wait, hold on. What am I looking for? Oh yeah. So I did have some characters wear outfits from the Death and Request game. Like, we had Dumbelina in Lily Hope's outfit. We have Cinderella with the, fuck, what was that girl's name again? Like, I know she's like the weep character, but I just don't remember her name. And then we have Red Riding Hood with like, I don't I don't think this is a spoiler, right? Because I don't think you met this person. Yeah, but like, the person that Red is like dressed up as and everything, she's like one of my favorite characters other than Al and Celia, wait, Clea and such. And like, I just like this outfit on Red a lot. Like, look at this is beautiful, especially with the butterflies and everything. And whatnot. I even put Alice in the Death and Request DLC class as well. She literally just looks like Sheena. Like, it's funny. It's just, she's literally just, she looks like Sheena. It's she's just missing the glasses. Like, my god. And whatnot. But yeah, what makes the Death and Attire 2 DLC class like really good is that they can use all weapon types, and they have a stat line that's similar to a destroyer, which if you remember from the first game, they are literally just designed to be glass cannons. They have a fuck ton of HP and attack and shaky agility, but you can easily fix that and everything. So the Death and Attire 2, it's essentially that, but they can use all weapon types. And the best, like, you know, weapon for them to use is guns, because like, it gives them a fuck ton of attack and really good agility.
こっちよ。
And such. And I did that to Alice. And like, compare her attack stat with Hamlin. Like, look at this. She has significantly more attack than Hamlin in the Destroyer class. It's that powerful. And such. Like, I also had like Red use a gun. I have Cinderella use a gun. Thumbelina uses a gun. Surprisingly, Thumbelina works really well as a physical character in this game because of like this particular skill right here. Well, actually two skills. This one just increases the damage output of all skills, which is really great. And then this one is interesting. So the idea for this one is that she does a follow-up attack and she defeats an enemy with a single target skill. And because of like that, every time she kills an enemy with like, you know, a single target skill, she does like an immediate follow-up attack and she does cause so much damage and such. Like, she literally like killed a lot of enemies for me at like the midpoint of the game. I kind of like ventured a bit because I want to let the other girl shines and everything. And whatnot. And then for like Cinderella and Alice, they're really good as well because of the whole like charge and then win edge. Like Gwen, if you ever play 2 and if you're like, oh, I want to break this game in half, like how do you do that? So get charge, get win edge, get air blessing, and get first strike. Once you have that, all you have to do is, are you ready for it? You just have to charge and then wet edge. The moment you do that, you kill everything. That's like, you just literally kill everything. And whatnot. Like, once you find out about that formula, you're like, yep. Everything just becomes like a cakewalk. The random encounters, a cakewalk. Like bosses, kind of debatable since you can just do charge and rage rush and then it just murders shit. So like, yeah. Like, yeah, like my god. Like the fighter class line is really broken in this game. Like, I know in the first game, I did Desperation, Rage Rush, which, you know, caused Alice to do a lot of damage and everything. But the second game really took that class line and just made it extremely busted because they did changes to, like, how the buffs work. Like, Desperation and Mary Skelter 2 is crappy. Like, there's no point of using that one. But Charge got a significant buff because in the first game, Charge had, like, a really bad, like, turn delay, which, if you're wondering what that means, essentially, every action in the game has like a certain delay in it. Like some actions have a low turn delay, so it's easier for that character to get their turn in more often. Like, you know, normal attacks, licking and defending and such. Well, the more stronger attacks, they have a really bad turn delay where it takes a while for that character to get their turn back again. So in the first game, Charge had a really bad turn delay, so because of that, it was pretty much useless to use. But in the second game, they changed it so that it has a low turn delay. So that means you can get your turns in more faster, which makes, you know, Charge extremely useful. And whatnot. And once they did that, Fighter just became like absolutely the damage nuke. Like they just nuke everything. And whatnot. And then we have like the whole Kagame system, which I'll go into that much later in the stream. But like, yeah, I want to catch up on your comments real quick. I'm honestly glad that I just watched you play Mary Skelter instead of completing it myself. I don't think I could ever finish it, haha. I mean, like, yeah, I can kind of see how Mary Skelter can be kind of long to people, especially if they don't like know what to do. Like they kind of like experiment a lot, which I feel like that's kind of the appeal. But yeah, I can understand if it was not like everyone's cup of tea and such. And whatnot, but like yeah, I guess that's all I can say to you, Gwen, for now, because let's continue on with the final dungeon. Also, kit, nice. Yes, it is. Like, honestly, 2 is such an... Like, if you compare 2 to the first game is, like, fair difficult, but not, like, you know, super duper easy. It's not, like, super hard or super easy. It's, like, smack at the middle, if you ask me. Two, on the other hand, I felt like it was extremely easy. Like, I know they added like new stuff that makes it seem complicated, but once you figure out like certain tricks and shit, like 2 just becomes like an absolute cakewalk. Wait a minute. Yeah, this one. I'm still relatively new to JRPG and dungeon crawler, so I get overwhelmed sometimes. No problems, when like I can understand if like entering a new genre makes you feel like, oh man, like I don't know how to do this and that. Like I feel overwhelmed sometimes. Like that's a completely understandable like feeling. Like I felt that way when I played first-person shooter games and Souls-like games. Oh shit. Oh, so you're in Blood Skelter. Hold on. Wait, I did the wrong thing. I fucked up. Wait. Okay, thank you. Stun. I fucked up when we have 2 berserkers now. We have Blood Skelter, Osu, and Jack the Ripper. Okay, good thing we ended the battle quickly, so I'm just gonna make Jack hit some balls to calm him down. Give Jack some balls so he can calm down or something. Yeah, that's what I did. Perfect. Yes, indeed. I kind of feel like there's a delay in stream. I can't tell, to be honest, because like I don't have like Twitch, like you know I don't have Firefox on for me to like check stuff, because the last time I put Firefox on, like it made OBS like drop frames so hard that I was like, yep, I'm just gonna turn off all my web browsers and just use my phone to like look at chat. Oh yeah, I forgot to show you something, Glenn. So, okay, remember how, like, Rabbit Hole is now something that Jack can do? Because of, like, you know, story reasons and such. Also, we don't get Alice back until, like, chapter 10-ish, around there. So because of that, Alice comes in very late. Like, there's only 2 chapters left in the game. So, when you get Alice back, she has a new map skill called Rabbit Jump. And what it does is that it's similar to Mary Reversal. Remember the blood bazooka that just shoots you across the map? That's what Rabbit Jump is, essentially. It just shoots you across the map. Like, watch this.
くわよ。これはどうかしら。戦闘開始です。調子いいぞ。
Like, I love it. I love map skills that is literally makes you jump. Well, not jump, but like makes you cross like, you know, stuff really quickly. I like it a lot. It's fun to spam.
打ちのめ。しっかりしろ。
Oh, shit. Hamlin, why? Why you kill Snow White? Oh, great. I'm kind of seeing...
よし行くよ。
One. Yeah, let's go. It looks really convenient just for traversal alone. It is. Like, I love spamming rabbit jump. It's so fun.
これはどうかしら。
Like, look at this shit. This is fun. What's even more funny is that there's some parts of the first floor where they give you like a tightrope for like, well, not tightrope, like a rope for you to grab in order to jump to the other side. I literally just use rabbit jump just to cross it. And I didn't need to like grab the rope or anything. I just used it and I just got across so quickly. Like, there's so many
これはどうか
parts
しら。
of this that I like. It's so fun.
行くわよ。行くわよ。 ついてるな。 行くわよ。現れた。任せて。 行くわよ。頑張って。任せろ。我もいるぞ。出番ね。行くわよ。みんなのおかげだよ。強くなれたわね。
I love that I got to like a certain point. Like, okay, I'm at like a point in the game where I can literally just do a fuck ton of damage to the rare enemies, because remember, the rare enemies are designed to be like, oh, we're really tanky, but we don't have a lot of HP, and if you manage to kill us before we run away, we give you like a fuck ton of experience and shit. Like, I literally got to the point of the game where I can literally just one-shot them easily. Like, I didn't like need to like, you know, take my time for everyone to have a turn to try to like, you know, do chip damage to it. I can literally just have Alice or Hamlin just like smack it, and it just does a fuck ton of damage. It's like, yep, instant kill.
調子いいぞ。任せて。見せてみろ。行くわよ。頑張って。白いどうしました。頑張れ。行くわよ。これで味わいなさせて。これでもくらえ。
Look at that damage, Gwen. 6,000. Like, it's so good.
出番だね。勝つのはいいよ。
Yeah, I don't remember you having damage that insane in the last stream. Yeah, it's all because I just give Alice a gun. Like, guns literally just make this game like, hey, GG.
出番ね。戦闘終了。レベルアップしました。おはよう。
So like, yeah, like in every Mary Skelter game, guns are just like great. Like if you have a class that has access to guns, just give them a gun. Like they would just do a fuck ton of damage. Well, Mal, exactly. Like, I know there's like a saying where people, well, I know some people are like, oh, I prefer swords over guns, but Mary Skelter is like, bro, if you have access to a gun, just use it. Like, it's just gonna do a fuck ton of damage.
戦闘開始だ。我もいるぞ。こちらの勝利よ。レベルアップ。初めて来る場所だな。
Oh yeah, Gwen, did I show you the gel blessing skills? Question mark. I don't know if I did or not, but like, I guess I can like go over it a little quickly. Hold on. So in the logic class, they have these passive abilities called gel blessings, which essentially, when you learn them, like, was the logic skill, gel blessing up, and where's the other one? Gel rate up, like, those skills just increase the effects of the gel roulette. So like if you landed on the two allies get defense up and you happen to have these passive abilities on, like, you know, the person who has access to it, it goes from 2 people getting defense up to 3 people getting defense up and a random buff. And since you get like 2 scientist characters, you can like get some really good buffs. But here's something else that they introduced that I felt like they didn't playtest this. They decided to do the same thing with Osu, where she also gets access to it as well in her Stargazer class. Like she gets the gel rate up and the gel blessing up. So because of them doing that, let's see, I think it's like, let's see, it's 3, so that means landing on a 2-person gets defense up, since you have 3 characters that have access to, like, you know, the gel blessing up and such. So that thing becomes from 2 people getting defense up to like 5 people getting 4 buffs, question mark? I think it was 4 buffs. Let me like double check the map real quick. See, if it's 1 person, then they get 2 buffs. If it's 2 person, they get 3 buffs. If it's 3 people, it gets 4 buffs. So yeah, like 5 people gets like, you know, 4 buffs, which is like, wait, that's kind of busted. And don't get me started if you have like 1 person that doesn't get the buff, because when you landed a gel like blessing on like the 1 single person that doesn't get any buffs from the previous one, they get like a fuck ton of buffs. Like I can show you it. Like, I just need to be lucky and, like, you know, pull up the battle log and such. Like, my god, like, it just becomes, like, holy shit. Like, let me see if I can do this. Like, I'm gonna see if I can actually pull it off. I pulled it out. Alright. Okay, are you ready to see the results? Look at this. Since Osu didn't got buffs, the game's like, okay, we'll just give it all to Osu. And look how much they give her. Like, look at this. Look at this. This is busted. This is really broken. Like, my god. Like, remember, everyone else is like, oh, we got like 4 buffs and shit. Osu is like, oh, I'm the only one that didn't get it last time. So like, when we landed on it, the game's like, okay, here's like a fuck ton. Like, it's like, wow. Also, let me read your chat real quick. Imagine if it just doubles the levels you get from the roulette. I mean, I don't think it does that. Like, it only gives you like 1, even though like, you know, you have 3 people running the Joe blessing skills and such. But everything else, like buffs or like inflicting a certain status effect on the enemy, or better yet, like debuffing the enemies like at like certain stat and such, that just literally makes the enemy do like 0 damage. Like, you can literally make bosses that are like notorious for doing like a fuck ton of physical damage just do 1 single point of damage. Like, you can literally do that with, you know, this broken setup that I just told you and everything. Like, it's so broken. The fact that I feel like they didn't playtest this is like really apparent. Like, look at this shit. Like, it really makes you go like, oh lord. And what's even funny about this is that you can pull this off in the mid game. You can literally do the setup that I'm doing right now when you reach like the halfway point of the game. So like the first half of the game is like, okay, like it's like fairly balanced and such, a little bit on the easy side if you ask me, but like once you get to the halfway point and you just like get a second scientist character, in this case is Snow White, since the first one you get is Gretel, the moment you like, you know, get these like characters with the gel blessing up, the second half of the game just becomes easy. Like, it literally just becomes a cakewalk. Even on the hardest difficulty, mind you. Bruh, I know, right? It's great. I love this. I love like games that you can easily break in half. Like, I know some people think like, oh, that means the game is like poorly made and such. Like, there's no way a game will like let you be broken and shit. But like, I don't know. There's something like appealing about a game where it's unaware that you can break it in half easily. And I think that's a lot more charming than a game that's like, oh, hey, like, we don't want you to break the game in half and shit. And like, you know, people are like kind of, you know, the more, I would say, intense people will try to find ways to break it and shit. But I like games where it's like, oh, like, we just have these cool ideas and such. And, you know, people end up, like, finding, like, ways to break it and everything. They're like, oh, wow, I didn't know that. Sort of thing. Like, I don't know why. I just like games like that where it's clear that they never intend on, like, making these systems easily, like, you know, broken and shit. And I like it a lot. Versus games where they're like, oh, we need to make sure that it's difficult for you to break it in half. Like, I feel like for those games, it's not as fun to find ways to break it compared to games where it's like unintentional. Like, it's very unintentional. It's part of the fun though. Exactly. You know what I mean, Glenn. I don't remember what these guys are weak to. I need to like experiment real quick. Hold on. That, and we did fire before, so let's try earth. Okay, so the Iron Maidens are weak against earth. Good to know. Hey, thank you, Gretel. Yeah, breaking the game by tinkering with the mechanics in ways devs don't expect is always fun to see. Exactly. I love it a lot. Honestly, like, I am very excited when we get to finale, Glenn. I know that makes it sound like I'm trying to rush too and such. I am taking my time and everything, but like, since we're like very close to the end, it just makes me feel more excited about finale. Like, I do know technically after I play the second game, I have to play the remake for the true ending, because finale literally, like, the story of finale starts immediately after the true ending of the remake of the first game. And I know that sounds complicated, but it will make sense if you like see the story unfold and such. Like, it will make sense. I can't really explain it now because it's confusing.
の番ですね。我らの勝利だ。
I'm definitely looking forward to your finale streams with the way you were talking about it. Like, okay, I'm gonna tell you something like quickly, straight up. I like, out of the Mary Skelter games, like, I do consider the remake as like a separate game as well from the original. So, out of the 4 Mary Skelter games, I love Finale. Like, Finale is such a great game. Like, it makes sense that it's the last entry, so they might as well make it very good. And I do know, like, it has mixed like views amongst the fans, because some people think like it's a really solid conclusion to the franchise. Others think it was just okay, and that it just like didn't really satisfy them too much. Me personally, I feel like Finale satisfied all the things that I like about the game, and it does feel like a nice conclusion. Also, it has a lot of like bonus content that I can like absolutely gush over when we get to that point. Also, I think Finale has like the best soundtrack of the franchise. Like, the music is so good, Glenn. Like, don't get me started when you listen to the opening, because like, if you ask me, the opening of Finale is like extremely like good. Like, it doesn't help the fact that if you listen to the full song of it, it's just even more amazing, because the full song includes like lip motifs from the previous 2 games opening, which really does make it feel like it's like a big send-off. Like, it's telling you that, hey, it's the grand finale, so might as well just open up with an absolute banger and such. Like, it just, like, everything about Finale is like absolutely wonderful. Like, I just can't wait to like stream it and like show you guys it. Oh wait, fuck, I messed that up. Do this. Yes, thank you, Snow White. I kind of want to check out the OST of Finale now, haha, but I think I'll wait until you start streaming it. I mean, there's like a difference between like listening it and like actually see it playing the game and such. I feel like it really does depend on you. Like, if you just want to listen to the soundtrack, then like that's completely fine. But if you're like, you know what, I want to actually see what the soundtrack's like in the actual game and such, then I think that's like way better because it makes you go like, oh my god, this is like fucking amazing. I can see why people like when they play this game thinks that it's a really good soundtrack. Yeah, that's why I wanted to say, like, it's better to experience it within the game. Exactly. That's how I felt with, like, most game soundtracks, to be honest. Like, I feel like it's better if you actually experience the thing in the game, rather than, like, oh, you just watch a YouTube video on it. Like, I remember, like, back when Metal Gear Rising became such a huge meme, I was really tempted just to listen to the soundtrack by itself, but I was like, you know what? I want to experience why people think this is great. So I actually got the game and like played it and shit, and I understand why people like the soundtrack a lot. Oh, oops. I was really surprised to see the resurgence of memes about it, but the game itself is amazing. Yeah, it is. I do think like it's a solid like spin-off game. And such, like I do know that it wasn't written by the guy known for Metal Gear and such, like it written by Platinum Games. But I feel like they managed to nail down what makes the Metal Gear games great, like in terms of writing and like the humor and shit. Oh wait, I screwed that up. Sorry, Alice. I remember completing it without understanding language when the PC port came out. Haha, oh my god. That's really cool, guys. I don't think I could ever do that. Actually, no. There was like a handful of games that I like finished without knowing the original language. Like some of the Tales games, like the ones that were only like Japanese only. Like I managed to play those into like completion without like understanding Japanese too well before I took Japanese class and everything. If you're wondering about like my Japanese now, it's still shaky, but I can at least understand things more compared to like before. You know Japanese? That's cool. I mean, kind of. Like, it's not the best, if I'm gonna be real with you. Like, my Japanese isn't, like, you know, fluent enough for, like, me to actually hold a conversation in Japanese. But it's, like, it's okay enough for me to, like, pass by. Oh my god, we broke all of the armor. I love Kagame Kagame. It's so fun. Like, I know it's simplistic. Like, it's just like, okay, you just flip the enemy on his back. Like, what's so great about that? The benefits of Kagame Kagame is essentially you flip the enemy to its back, and you just do a fuck ton of damage to it. Like, it literally lowers down the enemy's defenses, and I believe there's a second effect of like it increases your crit rate as well, but I'm not 100% sure that's true or not. And what's even more interesting is that when it's the enemy's turn again, they just unflip themselves, but there's a chance that they would be distracted, so they just waste a turn, like just flipping themselves back, but they don't like do a follow-up attack and such. Like, if you ask me, that's really great. And there's like ways you can make Kagame happen so often, and it's like amazing. And how you can increase Kagame is by getting equipment from the blood farms, mind you, that has the symbol BL. That just means bloodshot. All it does is that it increases your chances of like Kagame the enemy. And like, I would say characters that have access to attacks that let them like either hit all the targets, like there's a chance for them to hit everything, or like, you know, they can do like a follow-up attack easily. Like, characters with those type of skills are really great. Like, for example, let me go look for a good example. Okay, so quick shot, this one's pretty good. Like, a low chance of attacking adjacent enemies after an attack. This one's really good because you can still have a chance to like Kagame like another enemy and such. This one, chance of multiple normal attacks, also really good. So like, if you happen to hit the enemy the first time and it doesn't Kagame them, there's a chance that you can do a follow-up attack and it just, you know, happens to flip them. And then we have, if you ask me, the best skill, like passive skill, Spray. A low chance of normal attack at striking all enemies. And if you're wondering like, how is this good other than like it hits everyone? There's a chance that it can literally just make the entire enemy roll, like all the enemies just be Kagame. Like all of them just get their backflip. That's how powerful it is. And such. And the only characters that get access to it is the archer character, so Sleeping Beauty and Kaguya. I do know that Red Riding Hood and Rapunzel do get access to their equivalents of it in the form of, let me go look for it real quick and then I can read your comment. Deliverable skill, Rash Rush, and that's it. So they do have their own equivalents to it in the form of these two skills. These are still really good, but the archer people do a better job at it. And such, but like, yeah, like, I love my Red, but even I know like she's kind of not too great in the game. I mean, like, I did build her to be like extremely good, so I could like probably switch her in anytime I want, to be honest. Actually, yeah, I should do that because I already gave Hamlin enough screen time last time. Actually, no. I feel like my team setup is already good enough. You know what? This works. I think this will work. If it doesn't work, I will put Hamlin back in. Also, let me go read your comments real quick. But yeah, I learned English mostly because I want to understand what media I like. Yeah, that's a really good like motivation to like learn a different language. Like, oh, I really like this thing, but like, I don't know the language of it, so I kind of want to like, you know, learn the language in order to consume it. And I honestly think that's like a really good like motivation to learn a different language. And such, like, it's really good to have that type of thing. And also, I didn't know you turned them around with the ability at first. I was confused why they just showed their back to you. Okay, like I thought they'd just annoy you or something. Oh no, all I did was force them to show their back so that I can just literally backstab them. Like, it's just wow. Don't get me started when you like prepare certain things, like you Kagame the enemy, you have either Alice or Hamlin or Cinderella do charge, and then you just make them do Rage Rush. The moment you do that, you literally do like max damage cap. Like you literally hit the damage cap. It's hilarious. Like it's so something. Like I don't know how to describe it, Glenn. Like it just makes you go like, wow, this game is really easy to break, isn't it? Like you see that, Glenn? Like you literally saw like Sleeping Beauty did a bunch of flipping and like just doing constant like attacks and such. Like it's so good. I love this. Like Mary Skelter 2 is fun, like in a gameplay point of view. With a lot of the changes they add in the mechanics, like it's so fun to like take advantage of. Finale's pretty much the same case, because Finale, if I were to describe it, is that it's essentially a more better improved Mary Skelter 2. Like they fixed some of the jank parts that I feel like was in the second game and made it more refined, which is why I think out of all the Mary Skelter games, Finale is the one with the best like gameplay. Like it's like the most refined, if you ask me. But there's ways for me to break Finale, and I will show you, and you'd be surprised how easy it is to break that game as well. Like it's a different type of breaking though. Like it takes a little bit of prep work, but like, man, once you like see how I break the game, you're just like, wow, I didn't expect this at all. Also, let me check the time real quick. Okay, so it's only an hour and almost 20 minutes. So after this encounter, I'm gonna use this as an opportunity to take like a bathroom break and a water break. Alright, let me enter this. Pause. Pull up the BRB screen. But, wrong button. Oh wait, I wanted to change this. Hold on, let me change this real quick. Let's see, we're in the jail tower, so I think it's appropriate for me to use this one. There we go. That was nice. Alright. Let's see, I'm probably gonna leave in 30 minutes, by the way. Oh, okay, no problem, Gwen. Oh, that pic looks cool. Is this from the art book? No, it's not from the art book. If you want to know what this is from, this is countdown art from the official Compile Heart Twitter. Back when Mary Skelter 2 was like, you know, was still like they're like, you know, announcing like, oh, like, hey, we're like about to release Mary Skelter 2 within like this certain date and such. So what they did was that they made these really cool countdown art to like count down the days left until like Mary Skelter 2 gets released. So I can like show you this real quick. I don't mind like holding in. So we have 8 days left with Alice and Jack. Like, look at this. It's absolutely great. Let me turn off chat so you can have like a better picture of it. Like, I mean, like make chat invisible, not turn off. I don't know why I said that. So like, yeah, the full image, great. I love it. And such. But yeah, 8 days left with Jack and Alice. 7 days left with Red Riding Hood. Like, I love this a lot. This was literally my desktop wallpaper. And then that's the pic on your VOD channel. Yes, it is. That's like, it's literally like my favorite artwork out of the countdown ones, other than the last one. But like, yeah, I like this a lot. Like, look at Red. Absolute beauty. I know she looks kind of sad and such, but like, I just like the pose. It's awesome. Now we have 6 days left with Cinderella. Like, look at this. It just looks elegant. I don't know why. It just looks cool. and whatnot. And I do like, even though like it's small Cinderella, I don't know why she just looks really mature here. Like there's a sense of maturity. I don't know why. Like I don't know. It's like the way how is she's positioned and like the look of her face. Like it doesn't make me think of Lolly Cinderella. It just makes me go like, oh wow, she's really elegant and such. But like, let me pull out my phone so I can read chat since I made chat invisible. Let's see. Oh, that's the pic on your phone. Okay, I saw that. Emo Red, Lolly Cinder. She's better as not Lolly Cinder. Oh hey, Hachun. Long time no see. How are ya? We are in the jail tower. I'm in the final chapter and such. We're at the first half. I want to try to finish it as fast as I can within like maybe 2 hours or 3 hours of streaming, so we can get like a good head start on the second part. And I will make that the last Mary Skelter 2 stream, and then I'll do a reading stream for the prequel novel and everything. Like, yeah, that's all I'm planning on doing. So yeah, 6 days left with Cinderella. Absolute. I like it a lot. It's a really good one as well. We have 5 days left with the Dree sisters. Like, I don't know, this looks good. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, when it comes to art, I'm just like, this is well drawn, and this is like really pretty looking. Like, I don't know why. I just don't know how I don't have much of a dictionary when it comes to describing art and whatnot. I do like their outfits. It's really nice. I do like that Dumbelina actually looks like the older one. Like she actually looks older. And whatnot. But like, yeah, 5 days left with the Dree sisters. And then we have 4 days left with Kaguya Hime. Like, Japanese beauty. That's all you could describe this. Traditional Japanese beauty. I do like it. I like the origami and everything. Let me like pull up chat so I can read things real quick. Ooh, nice, nice. You did? But where's Alice? Also, I missed an hour. I'm so ashamed. There's the Dree sisters look great. Yamato Nare Shiko. Kaguya Hime is best Hime. Same. It just looks good for me. Can't explain as to why though. Exactly. You know why. You know, me and you can relate, Gwen. It's really hard for me to describe when it comes to art. It's like, yes, this looks really good. This looks really pretty and such. That's literally like how I can describe art. It's like just how it is. Also, that is the term for traditional Japanese women. All right, that's good to know. Thank you, Hachun. You are indeed the Japanese expert. I don't really know a lot of like Japanese terminology, but it's nice to have an expert in the field. It's kind of like a form of like Jane Doe in terms of name, but it's used to describe the ideal Japanese woman slash white that likes to do tea ceremonies and all their jazz. Yeah, I'm aware of that trope, Hachun. Like I see it a lot in anime and everything. I remember I used to be into that type of like character when I was younger, like the traditional Japanese beauty type woman. But like nowadays, I'm more into like tomboys, energetic people, the occasional weird person. Like I mean weird in a sense of like they don't fully understand like social norms type of thing. Not like, oh the the what do you call it? The actual weird people. I don't know how to describe it. But like yeah, I like those nowadays. Also the occasional naissance because like why not? So yeah, we had 3 days left. We're Rapunzel. Like, look at this. She's absolutely cute. I love the hand drawn background. Like, look at this shit. This is adorable. Or Yankees. Oh no! Oh no! I'm sorry. Oh no! It's fine. You know what? When you mention Yankees, yeah, I guess I kind of like them as well. Like, kind of delinquent, but like they have a bit of a sweet side to them sometimes. Like, yeah, I can see the appeal of those and such. But like, yeah, Oh, I love that art. Oh well. We have Gretel. Like, look at this. The background, nice. The fact that she's holding a candy piece that's pretty much like that used to be on Hanzo. Like that's literally like this candy piece literally was on his like her brother's armor, like you said, Hutchin. Like I like it a lot. Like it really stands out compared to like the other things where it's like it's a really bright color compared to like the darker colors and such. Like it really stands out a lot. I like it a lot. And whatnot. Like, yeah, I don't know how to describe art. I know I said that before, but like, I don't know, man. I just like to point out certain things. And then we have Hamlin just being rat, just playing with the rats and playing with her pipe. I do kind of want this hat. Like, I kind of wish I know how to do cosplay so I can like make this type of hat. Like I will actually like to wear this in real life. Like if this was like a like official merch of Mary Skelter, I would buy that in a heartbeat and whatnot. But like yeah, we have 1 day left with Hamlin, and then we have 0 days left with Osu and Little Mermaid. Look at them. Oh, it's so good. They even have the red string of fate attached to them. This was also like my wallpaper for like a long time as well, other than the red one. And whatnot. I have 2 shelves of art books. Oh, that's nice, Stella. I sorry if I didn't read that right away. I was like kind of looking at chat while also talking about this art and such. But like, yeah. Oh, I love this. I love the countdown art. Just wait until we get to finale's countdown art. Like that one, I can like absolutely talk details of like the small stuff you can see on it. Like finale's countdown art is really great, and it's like wallpaper material. If you're wondering where I found most of these, all I did was go to the official compile Twitter and just like search up the tags for Mary Skelter, like the Japanese name. And I had to like, reduce it by like year and such just to find these. Like I literally just had to like I literally had to like tell Twitter that hey, I want to see tweets from this account with this hashtag within the year 2017 to 2019 and such, and I just had to redraw all of that just to like look for them. Like that's literally how I found most of this stuff, Harchin. Like I literally had to like do some like exploring just to find these, and I'm glad I paid off because I love these art a lot. Oh, it's fine. I thought I did something wrong and made you mad. I was like, what did I do to make Betty mad? Maybe I had to buy something of red to cheer him up. Oh, no, 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 Stella. I just get very distracted very easily. I don't really get mad, to be honest, because, like, I have a bit of a short attention span. I know, like, that doesn't relate to, like, emotions and shit, but, like, I rarely pay attention to my emotions to the point where I can feel mad in 1 minute and then the next minute I'm like completely calm and then I forget why I was mad to begin with and such. And I really don't hold grudges too much. Like I can like understand why people could hold grudges, but to me I just find it as like a waste of energy and just kind of mosey on my day and such. But like yeah, that's all I'm gonna show you guys. I am gonna take this as an opportunity for my bathroom break, so I'm gonna pull this up since we're in the jail tower and it makes sense for us to have Jack. And whatnot. I'm gonna make you guys uninvisible. So yeah, pull this up. I'm gonna take that bathroom break. I'll be back at it real quick. Alright, I'm back. Let's go back to the game. I already spent a lot of time just talking about art from Mary Skelter. My god. Even I really wanted to use that bathroom break, but I'm done and everything. Let's go back to the game. Also for you Stella, I think I already told Hotchun this, but like yeah, we're just in the jail tower. I'm just trying to get by it real quick. Since we're only at the dirt floor, and if I remember correctly, I think there's like 5 floors here, or 6 floors, like around that number. So I'm hoping that I'm able to like power through all of this real quick, so we can get access to the second part. And also, if you can kind of notice from Alice, I changed her class to the... fuck, wrong button. Step in attire too. And my god. Like, okay, like, look at this stat line. And then compare it to Hamlin, who's in Destroyer. Like, look at this. Like, look, okay, compare her attack to, like, Hamlin and Destroyer. Like, look at this. Oh, wait, I just remember, Hamlin was, like, she used buffs. That's why her attack was, like, 500 and shit. But without the buffs, it'd be, like, completely different. My bad, my bad. I didn't mean to show you that, Stella. Hold on. Let's just wait for the buff to clear up, and then I'll show you the stat difference. I like offense Hamley way more, to be honest. When she was back to Mage, it was so hard to get her team through finale. Yeah, Collar's team is kind of like known for being difficult. But honestly, I think Magic Hamley in finale is better than like Magic Hamley in the first game. And it's because of like the DLC classes. Like Hamlin, if you ask me, if you don't use the DLC classes, she's just an okay mage character like Dumbledina and who was the mage character in Jack's team. Little Mermaid, like they're just decent magic people and shit. But with the DLC class, Hamlin's actually one of the best like mage units other than Dumbledina. And the reason for that is because of the DLC magician class. Because I know like when you look at it, look at the skills of it, you're like, oh okay, it's a single target and it increases agility when used and shit. Like, what does that even mean? They kind of lied to you. What they meant by increased agility, they didn't mean like it, like when you use it, like, you know, you get like a boost in your agility. What they meant was that it has a low turn delay. So if you were to use it, you can literally just spam it. Like Hamlin would just get her turns in more often. Like once you use those skills, you can literally just spam it. It's different from like the magic skills that Dumbledina and Little Mermaid get, because those are like, okay, it does like, you know, a little bit more damage, but it's like really bad turn delay. For Hamlin's case, because of her DLC class essentially being like, hey, it has low turn delay, she can literally just spam it. And if you happen to give her like a lot of agility and a lot of first strike, you can literally see Hamlin have her turn in so often. Like I did that, and that literally made Hamlin like my damaged magic nuker. And she literally like killed shit. She even like killed the big enemies a little bit more quickly compared to like other characters because of like her getting her turns in more often. Like I don't know, like it's like really funny of how like Hamlin without the DLC is like, okay, she's like okay mage character, but with the DLC she's like absolutely amazing. And let me see what you wrote down, Hotchun, real quick. Let's see, I already saw that part. Her team is really strong, but extremely fragile glass cannons. Yeah, I do feel like a majority of her team is like they're just glass cannons. I feel like Gretel's fine. Like she has fine physical classes. Wait a minute, what the fuck did I just do? Wait, what was my conversation again? Oh yeah, okay, so, why the fuck did that hit me? Alright. But yeah, I mean, Gretel had like okay, like physical build with the whole kitty sweater and the gun. Like that's honestly pretty decent, but she's like kind of a glass cannon, like you said, Hachun. I feel like the only good like tank built for Gretel in Finale is Logic, and I know Logic isn't like the best offense-wise, but it's really good defense-wise. She can actually tank a hit. Like I remember fighting the enemies in the later parts of the game, and I just accidentally made Gretel like super tanky. Like I literally just made her defense and magic defense high in exchange for like, you know, low like damage output, and because of that, Gretel literally just tanks everything. She literally went like, oh, large enemies that hit everyone, I only take like 10 points of damage. Like, she literally just tanks it. Like, Glasses is too strong. For Rapunzel, I just kept her as like Libero because like, you know, guns are busted. Like, Hachie, we both know how busted guns are. And such. And also, I like spamming Blast and Vampire Glitch. Like, honestly, Blast does make like Rapunzel like a good damage dealer for me. For Pyre. I'm just gonna call her Shira, for like it's easier for me to remember. For Shira's case, I just kept her as like physical. At first, I wanted to do magic with her school uniform, which is like the only class, mind you, that's like decent for a magic Shira. But like, I felt like it wasn't as great compared to physical, so I just kept Shira as a physical character. I did like invest in her defenses so that she can tank and everything. For Sleeping Beauty, I just made her a Blood Hunter because like HP tank is actually decent. And such, but like, yeah, even like all the things that I just did, it's so hard to play as their team. Like, I understand your pain, Hachin. Like, it's really difficult to play them compared to Jack and question mark guy. I'm not gonna reveal the name of that person yet, Hachin, because like I do want to stream Finale, and there are like some new people here, so I don't want to like spoil who appears in Finale yet. I don't mind like talking about Shira and like Mary and Charlotte, but like the new boy, I don't want to talk about him yet. Where is the... Found it. Jack's team was easy. Yeah, I mean Jack's team was literally designed as like the damage dealer class. I mean, what do you call it? Not damage dealer. The damage output team. Like, they do so much damage. The only suck thing about Jack was Salvation Tower 1, where they don't have a shortcut and Mermaid always died. I mean, yeah, I can see the pain of that. Honestly, out of all the dungeons in Finale, the one that I had a hard time with was the... Chapter 3, the amusement park one. That was the one I actually had the most trouble with. Salvation and onwards, I actually had an easier time, and I think the reason why was because at that point, I already know how to kill everything. So because of that, I was able to kill everything for me easily. I don't know why. Like the amusement park one, like I just had a hard time with it. But then when I got to the Salvation one, I was just like, yep, I can one-shot this. Like I can literally just one-shot it. Wait, I fucked that up. Let's see what you guys say. Like, Salvation Tower fucking sucked. The dolls. Yeah, the dolls were kind of like questionable. The amusement park was easier than Salvation for me. I have to go. Thanks for the stream music. No problem, Glenn. See ya, Glenn. I hope you had fun and like do whatever you're doing. Have a good day. Have a good night. Have a good afternoon. Whatever time it is on your side of the world. Should I just use items? Yeah, I think it's better for me to use items because, like, they've been dodging my attacks. And I have, like, the highest agility so far. Honestly, the large enemies in Finale are just awful in general. They feel horribly unbalanced. Yeah, I do feel that way. If I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, the dragons were, like, the good example of that. I felt like the dolls weren't too bad. Because, like, I was able to kill them easily, and, like, I did the whole charge and then wind edge, and that just took away, like, a fuck ton of their HP, and they're always weak against wind, so because of that, I was just able to kill them easily. But for the dragons, though, like, they're weak against fire, and I don't have any good, like, fire attacks on me at the time, so because of that, I have a harder time with them. And then for the final dungeon, that one was like kind of a mixed bag for me because like a majority of the large enemies in that one, they're like either weak against water or earth, which I actually do have like a good selection of those skills, so I didn't feel like it was too bad compared to like the skull dragons and such. Like, I don't know, like, that's how I, like, felt when I was playing Finale for the first time, and I was, like, just going through it. Charge. 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 Yeah, this one's good. Oh yeah, wait, yeah, everyone has no buffs anymore, so I can actually show you like the stat difference. Wait, she's level 79. And Hamlin's 77. What? Why, Alice, why you have a higher level than Hamlin? Anyway, so yeah, like compare Hamlin's stats with Alice, and all it did was give her a gun. Like, that's all I did. I just gave Alice a gun, and she has more attack and agility than Hamlin. Even more defense. And more luck as well. The only thing that Hamlin has better than Alice is HP and SP, which I actually do need. And whatnot, but like, yeah, oh my god. The Death in Attire 2 DLC class is busted. Like, the fact that they're just pretty much like, oh, we're just destroyers, but we have access to all weapon types. Just give them a gun, and it just break everything. I know they nerfed them in Finale, which makes them practically kind of useless if you ask me, but I still managed to find use for them. Like, I give my Death in Attire 2 characters, I give them like lances or daggers because like I felt like those ones did help out with the bad agility of that class, which did help me out in the long run. and whatnot. But like, yeah, oh my god, I can't wait to get to finale Stella and Hachun. Like, that's like my favorite game out of all of the Mary Skelter games. And I do consider the remake as like a separate game because of like, you know, technicality reasons. Oh yeah, you're weak against Earth. I remember now. Are you kidding me? I didn't kill it. Are you for real? Oh my god, look at this. Look at this Stella and Hachun. Look at the eyeball. Like, the fact that it's coming out of the blue mode and it looks off is like hilarious. Like, my god, it's just, wow. It's doing a dance, it is. I fucking love, like, how they put eyeballs, like more eyeballs on the floor in Mary Skelter 2 compared to 1, because like, the only time we actually see it is for puzzle reasons, but in this game, they just decided like, hey, we'll just put random eyeballs on the floor, and like, just go crazy with like, what they do. And they're just like, sitting there, just like, bumping their head up and down, like just dancing. It's hilarious. Oh yeah, I made Gretel a scientist because I remember like I really wanted Gretel to be at least decent magic hitter and also has some good agility, so I sacrificed some of her tankiness and made her a scientist. I do like the design for Scientist Gretel. Like, I like the light pink. I like the white and the pink. And she gets like a cute hat. And I love the stuffed animals that come out of her pocket. Like, look at this. Like, look at that. Like, look at the stuffed animal. It's so cute. I want something like that. I wanna collect that. Okay, so this is a shortcut. That's good to know. Thank you game. Oh, that's upstairs. Oh, okay. Man, I've been like powering through this, aren't I? This is good. Good progress, me. Thank you. Oh yeah, I have a random question for you guys. Do you guys, like, eat ramen? If so, like, do you have, like, a ramen that you, like, prefer? For me, I like lemon ramen. I haven't had any in a while, Sally. Oh, that sucks to hear. God, I like how the archer class is literally just like Kagame everything. It's hilarious. Is that everything here? Yeah, it is. Alright, good. Man, I'm doing good today. We're yep, alright. That says a circle. Good to know. They've just given me rare enemies left and right. Like, we encounter so much rare enemies within a span of like 5 minutes. That's hilarious. Honestly, I don't remember if these guys have any like elemental weakness, because I know like the weaker variations of the rare enemies, they have like an elemental weakness and shit. But like, I think the ones in the later parts of the game, they just don't have any, so you can just use like any item to kill them. Oh my god, you see, you guys saw that? It almost hit the damage cap. I love Kagame. It's so fun. I love charge. Damn it, they tanked it. Fuck. Alright. I wonder how long this... Oh. Oh well. You know what's the sad thing? It's really hard to find any Mary Skelter goods like at all. If you look for like Data Live or more Natunia, far more love for them. I mean, yeah, it's kind of sad that Mary Skelter doesn't get a lot of merch. And the only like existing merch we get, it's like not only is like kind of rare, but like very expensive as well. Because I remember like there was an actual official like anime figure for Alice, and that's like expensive as fuck. Like my god. But other than Alice, no other girl got figurines, which sucks if you ask me, because I would love a Red Riding Hood figurine. And then like maybe the next one would be like the three sisters, and then Cinderella, and like, you know, all the girls. Like I wish all the girls had figurines. Oh my god, Alice. I really do feel like I reach a point where I can just one-shot everything. Like, I honestly felt like I reached that point. Wait, I can rabbit jump this. Hold on. Let's see. I actually have it. You do? That's Pog. That's really Pog. You are indeed lucky, Stella. The fact that you actually managed to get a copy, well, not copy, you managed to get the Alice figurine is like already impressive enough. Let's see. Oops. Oh, it's game over. When was the last time I saved? Oh, I know why. It's because I didn't like heal often. And I forgot to save often too, so that means... How much progress did I lose? Oh, I just practically lost the entire stream. Huh, I should have saved often. Oh well. I don't think it would be too bad for me to catch up. I could just like try to speedrun it, to be honest. That means I had to like pull up the Wikipedia and like, you know, look at the map to like, you know, find the fastest way to speedrun it and everything. But I could do that. Yeah, I could technically do that. See, this is why I always save even in other stuff. I mean, I kind of forgot about it, to be real. Yeah, I should have saved a little bit more often. This isn't too bad. I don't think there was like a really bad, like... What do you call it? Setback? I can easily, like, get back really quickly. I do love how they expect you to use the jump rope. I mean, not jump rope, the rope to get across. But you can literally just use rapid jump to get across. It's so, like, it's so useful. I love it. Okay. I'm gonna skip this since I already like saw this and everything. I found it funny that I literally just destroy all the armors of the nightmare just by doing Kagame Kagame and then charge and then win edge. Like, that literally just broke everything. Oh, I hate this nightmare so much. I wanted to die. I don't think it's like too much of a problem compared to the first game, to be honest. Like, I felt like all they did for the Tower Nightmare for 2 was just increase his movement agility. That's it. That's all they did to it. Like, everything else, like how you fight it and like its weaknesses and shit, like it's the same as the first game. Like, all they did was made it move super fast, which I felt like, okay, that wasn't that too bad, to be honest. I would have liked it if they actually made it a little bit more challenging, but like, oh well. Why did I do that? I should have paid attention. I just spad run this. Why? Oh no, that's not why I hate it, if you want to know. Stella, that's a different nightmare though. I'll get into that much later. When we get to that point, Stella, don't worry. I'll like... We can talk more about it later. Also, let me double check something real quick. Alright, that makes sense. Why do they... I hate my brain sometimes. I keep forgetting to like touch certain things. I do kind of hate how they're... Wait, hold on. If you ask me, I never understand why they give Paladin Earth Blessing when none of the fighter class line learn Earth skills. They all know like physical and like wind. That's it. They don't know any Earth. And how to kick it even more, you get Fire Blessing and Bloodlord, and they don't know any fire skills as well. And while you could argue that, oh, it's meant for like, you know, Death and Attire 2 because they have like, you know, fire and shit, but I'm like, even still, like, they don't get access to Earth though. Like, none whatsoever. The only person that gets access to Earth is Hamlin drew her genocide skill. Like, other than that, they don't have access to any other element. And also, more of a quick note, I hate how they nerfed the Bloodlord skill set in Mary Skelter 2. Because remember in the first game, they were made to be a Magic Knight class where they have access to both physical and magic skills. But in Mary Skelter 2 and onwards, they just made them Fighter Plus. Like, they don't know any magic skills. And it sucks so bad. Sorry, I need a yawn. But yeah, I still hate it and I want to kill it for what it has done. Alright. I understand your feelings, but like, let's save that until we get to that part. And then we can have all the time in the world to like, hate on it. I know, buddy, but you'll understand when we get to it. Yeah, I know. Honestly, whenever I see like someone call someone buddy, I constantly think of South Park. More specifically, you know, like in South Park, the Canadians in that show, like they always call people buddy and like say, hey, hey buddy and such. Like, I don't know why, like whenever I hear someone call like another person buddy, I just think of South Park. I just think they're Canadian. Oh really? Yeah, in South Park, I know like it's not designed to be like, you know, oh this is like over realistic and such. Like, you know, it's filled with stereotypes and such, but it's always made for like comedic purposes and such. Like, I know South Park is like really offensive and controversial and such, but like I felt like that was kind of the appeal of it. It was designed just for like satire, and it's meant just like, oh hey, we're just here to poke fun of everything. Like, we're not doing it as like a message per se. They're just doing it because like, you know, why the hell not? And one of those things that they do is like, oh hey, you know Canadians, like, they like to say hey and buddy a lot. Oh really? I am not though, but fair enough. Yeah, like, it's just something from a cartoon. Like, it's not meant to be representative of someone in real life and such, but like, yeah. I'm just used to like that type of like thing. I'm like, yep. I know it's like fake and everything, but like still, it's kind of funny. It's kind of like when some shows do like the whole stereotype of like Asians, more specifically like tiger moms and shit. Like, I know some people might think it's offensive, but to me, since I am technically Asian, I just think it's funny. Like, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of accurate. Also, wait, I didn't. Oh yeah, that's a shortcut. I just had a brain fart. I was like, hold on a minute. Yeah, that is the shortcut, question mark. Because I know that lever opens this one. So that means this is what the shortcut is. But we didn't unlock it earlier though. I mainly call my friends buddy only because they are. I don't know what else to call them. Oh, don't worry, Stella. Like, we all have our habits of like calling friends like certain nicknames and such. Like, my family will literally just name my friends like after like specific traits and just call them trait/friend. Like, for example, I'm friends with a lot of tall people, so my family will just literally call them like, oh, tall friend 1 and tall friend 2. And because of that, I end up accidentally calling them that. And it doesn't help the fact that they say it in like Vietnamese, so it sounds a lot more like, I guess, comedic in a sense. Well, I see, yeah. Oh yeah, I just thought of like another funny thing that my family does, like... So when it comes to like my sister's friends, my family would just nickname them after like I said, like a certain trait and such, but like the ones that my family gives to my sister friends, they're a lot more like nicer to say. Like, they would call some of my sister's friends like, oh, pretty friend 1, and like, oh, beautiful friend. And such. And then you compare it to my friends where they just call them like, oh, tall friend 1, short friend 2. And such, like, it's just something that my family does. They're just like, yep, was this nickname my friends that way. I don't really give my friends well, the only friend I can think of that I give a nickname was like back in elementary, but that was like because we were like really close friends at the time, so like that's why I give them like a nickname when I was younger and shit. Nowadays I don't do nicknames because like, I can't really think of good ones now. See, we're doing fine. I'm catching up to where I died off. So me dying wasn't that much of a penalty. I do wonder how long it's been since I've been streaming. Let me check the clock. So 2 hours and 21 minutes. Not bad. I do find it kind of funny. Like, wait, what? Shit, I lost my train of thought. Oh wait, now I remember. Like, for the last few battles, Sleepy, Alice, and like Hamlin were getting their turns in more often than Ulsu. And I really needed also like to purge everyone. Wait, a tournament. Oh yeah, because Hamlin has like, she has a 7 on her HP. Like the last digit is 7. That's why that skill activated. Okay. Ooh, it actually hits everyone. That's good. I know it's just me, but I need to see Alice in max level. Oh, don't worry, Stella. I'm gonna do that when we reach the second part of the tower. Because that's when I feel like having max level is like a-okay. Like at that point, I don't think the game is gonna like be pulling in some like fastballs on me in difficulty. It's like me being max level at that point will not like make it too easy. Even though I'm already like one-shotting shit and such. Oh yeah, on a side note, I always find like the infection skills to be like not skills, the infection status effects to be like actually interesting, because like the idea is that like, oh, the longer they have the status effect on them, it will like spread to like their party members and shit, and you also can do that to like enemies and everything. I remember using the stunt infection one, the one that Osu gets, called Power Earth. I remember using that on the encounters later on in finale, and not only it landed, but it started to spread across the enemy encounters, causing them to stay stunned for like a long time. And I just kind of sat there going like, that's actually awesome. Like, this is a cool status effect. Like, I can't believe that this like type of status effect isn't like experimented a lot in other games. Like, the only example that I can think of is in Shin Megami Tensei 4, because in that game there's a status effect called sick or illness, where it has like the same like, you know, thing that I just told you, like, you know, it infects a party member and like the infection starts spreading across the other party members. And if I remember correctly, what sick does is that it makes you have low agility, you don't hit too hard, and you take like a ton of damage and such, which, you know, makes sense. The person has an illness, so they're not gonna, you know, do well in battle and everything. And that you can cure it easily by like certain like healing items in the game that you get really often once you start like seeing that status effect more often and everything. Like, enemies start using it more often. But you can also do it to the enemies as well, and like it really just, wow, like it just becomes like this fun game of like status effect galore. I don't know why, I just like these type of things. Same here. Yeah, you know what I mean. I don't know why, it's just so fun to use. Now that I mention it, I do need to make Osu learn some skills so that she can like pull out some like abilities real fast. Okay, I feel like Joey has a lot of earth skills. Actually no, I'll just put one for all three, because like it will help me out in the long run. Yeah, I'll do that. Hold on. Let me do some real quick with Osu. Altair, yes. First strike, hell the fuck yeah. Water blessing, yes. I don't know why they made Osu learn impact. It's so fucking garbage. Hey, Carla. Huh. That's really weird. Okay, I'm assuming that you will get the antimatter gun in like the second half of the jail tower, because I've been actually blood farming like the first floor of the jail the jail tower, and I only got destroyer guns, which is like fine and dandy, like it's not that bad, but at the same time I'm like, what's the next like tier of guns the antimatter gun? If that's the case, I'm assuming that I'm gonna go like get blood farms of those like in the upper parts of the tower. If that's the case, then like that's good. Also, hell the fuck yeah, it's the senior blood band. Okay, so this is the accessory that I've actually been looking for. Like, this is so good. Like, this is a good accessory. Like, look at this. Like, you know, well-balanced stats. Like, gives you, like, a stat point in, like, every single, like, stat and whatnot. Like, it's really good. But what makes it better is the passive ability. Increased damage to enemies. It's the same as the, Destroyer armor. But it's also as equally great as well. Like, you know, like, I remember using a lot of the senior blood band a lot, and my god, the damage output for like some of the girls when I give it to them is like super high. I love it. But like, yeah, that's all I'm gonna say about that. So I'm assuming that I will probably find these when I do the blood farm, which means it gets full, like, you know, the blood farms can give me like really busted versions of them, so that's going to be absolutely wonderful. Yeah, thank you, Carla. In the also cover, they say when you wake up around 2 a.m. if you hear Little Mermaid giggling, she will show you so many OC pics before you go crazy. Ah, yes. Sounds like Little Mermaid indeed. And then if you happen to find Otsu, she's just gonna show you a bunch of pictures of Little Mermaid, and maybe a bunch of dresses that she's gonna force Mermaid to wear. I hope I can get Alice in my room. That'll be nice. Getting a waifu and such. Honestly, I don't want Red in my room because I don't have a lot of space. And not only that, but she's probably gonna force me to exercise, and I don't really like exercising too much. I like walks, but I don't like, you know, like heavy lifting and shit. Red will work you until you drop. Yeah, quite literally. Like, she will definitely make me exercise, and I'm like, I don't want to do heavy lifting though. I'm fine with like marathons and walks, but I don't want to like lift weights that I'm probably gonna like hurt myself with. I know, like, technically she will like be careful and like, you know, recommend me like certain weights that I can like be able to lift and such, but like at the same time, like, you can tell by how I talk about a bit of my private life that I don't like exercising that much. You would be just Kaguya. Yeah, I'm pretty much Princess Lazy. Like, I am legit just Princess Lazy when it comes to exercising. At least you can understand where she comes from, but it's really cute that she can't even lift. I mean, like, I am kind of like curious about like what's considered too heavy for her. Like, we know that she can carry like weapons easily, and I'm assuming that weapons are pretty heavy as well. But when it comes to like weights, that's like a whole different ballgame for her. And like we know that she can carry like stuff like books and cups easily. Like I know like people would argue that, well, those are super light. Like you wouldn't have much of a problem with it unless you have like, you know, like motor issues and such. But like still, like I do wonder like what is considered heavy to Kaguya? Like would a textbook be considered heavy? Would a like a gallon of water or something? Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. I almost game overed again. Oh my god. Stella, look at this. The nightmares found us, but spawned it across, and it can't jump. Like, it literally can't jump. Look at this. I can literally just stand here and just take, like, chip damage from it. Oh, look at that. This is hilarious. Are you seeing this? Oh, look at this. You can't catch me because you don't know how to jump, bruh. Now, let Alice show you how to jump for real. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. I wanna like jump, but I know I'm gonna like fall into the pit. Fuck, I hate this. Let's just use this. Alright. The jail knows Alice likes to jump and ruins her fun. Yep.
強くなるためになっちゃいますね。
Oh my god, Snow White, you have a lot of luck. That's actually good. I I want Stunt Blast to work more, so that's good that you know a lot of luck.
いた。行くよ。それ。行くわよ。これはどうかしら。これはどうかしら。行くわよ。現れました。行くよ。頑張るわ。手を貸すわ。よし、来た。頑張るわ。我が相手だ。
Indeed I do, but when it comes to Alice, I love her so much. Yeah, I can tell.
嬉しいな。
I do find it weird that Elsu doesn't have that much of a good luck, despite the fact that the Hercules class was designed for these status effects to, like, you know, pop up and such. But, like, I don't know, I think it's either because of how I built my Elsu, or maybe, like,
我をたたえろ。
that's just how the stat line is like. I don't know, man.
これはどうかしら。行くわよ。これはどうかしら。いいもの見つけました。行くわよ。戦闘開始よ。
Elsu's outfit are a mixed bag for me, really. When it comes to Elsu's outfits, I think they're all, like, perfectly fine because of what they're supposed to represent. And such. And don't get me started with, like, the naming convention of her classes as well. Like, I will get into that when we get to the, you know, the true ending of Mary Skelter 2, and how it pretty much acts like a good, like, you know, oh, I didn't notice this detail until now type of, like, thing.
手を貸すわ。
Oh, okay. Good job, Elsu. Alright.
弱いな。入れましたね。おはよう。
Oh, we found an. Okay, good. Oh my god. Alright.
行きますわよ。
Oh, hey, Nightmare. Hold on.
行くぞ。頑張れ。行くぞ。いいね。出番だね。でも受けてみろ。ここまで来れば安全ね。
Alright, we got away from it. Good. No worries, I can wait. They just need to get over the field trains, which is not gonna have me cry in a while. Oh yes, the Mary Skelter 2 ending.
いらっしゃいっす。毎度ありっす。
Well, more specifically, the true ending. Yeah, that's everything. What? Sorry if I'm yawning a lot. I don't know why. I just feel like yawning. I don't think it's because of a lack of sleep or anything. I just yawn randomly.
ほどのない場所だわ。
Hey, I remember you. No, I was back to where I died. Was it Area 4 where I died, or was it Area 3? Well, either way, we're almost there, so that's good. Oh! Look! It got infected! Yay, it got infected. Now, it's probably gonna spread into its allies and such, but I'm probably gonna kill them immediately quickly, so there's no point. Sella, you know how much I complain about Tiny Princess being useless in this game? There's one armor piece that I saw actually gets good from Tiny Princess. Remember, armor piece, not like weapons. I prefer Tiny Princess weapons over armor most of the time, but like this is a pretty good like armor that you can like do Tiny Princess on. So let me scroll all the way down, and I wish I sold all of this. I have too much weapons that I got from the blood farms. I need to sell most of these. Alright, where is it? Sorry if I'm yawning a lot. Alright, where did I put it? Where is it? Wait, alright. Sorry. Alright. Stella, do you see this? See the stats, right? Now, watch what happens when you shrink it. Are you ready? Look at that. Look at the defense. It went from 11 defense to 100. This is like the one armor piece that I can think of that's actually good when you shrink it in two. Like, it's not even like, you know, times 2. It's like more than times 2. This is like almost 100. Like, look how ridiculously high the defense is. Like, holy crap. Like, I could just give this to like one of my characters and they're just gonna have like defense for life. Like, for example, maybe Alice. Yeah, I'll show it with Alice. Like, look at this. Give it to Alice. Like, okay, like, yeah, I took away her agility and her luck by a little bit, and she doesn't have blood BL and such, but like, the benefit outweighs it. Like, look at this. She's even more tanky. Or better yet, I could just give it to like someone like Little Mermaid, and she'd just be tanking shit. Like, look at this. Mermaid would just become like a tank mage. Will this work with Thumbelina? I don't think so, because like I need agility on her. Like, the defense is nice, like, but I don't know. Excuse me. I don't know. It took like too much agility. I need high agility for Thumbelina, so I don't think this is a good trade-off. Maybe Cinderella. I think Cinderella might benefit well from this, actually, when I think about it. Oh, look. It's the funny number. There's 69. Wait, there's actually two 69s. Like, are you seeing this? The fence has 69 on it, and luck has 69. That's double the funny. Wait, would red benefit from this? I want to check real quick. Okay. Technically, yes. She does indeed benefit this a lot more. I don't really care about luck on red, and her agility is already pretty high enough. So that means this is not bad. This is not a bad accessory. I mean armor on red. That's what I'll think about it. I want to see what it looks like when I like upgrade it and such. Not bad. I'm liking this. This is pretty good. Oh my god, I could give it to Osu. Like, Osu's already extremely fast. Like, she has the highest agility out of everyone. So this trade-off isn't that bad. And like, she'd be like super tanky and shit. Like, this is actually... Man, like, I didn't know this armor piece would actually benefit everyone really well. I didn't think about it. That's actually cool. Holy shit. Hamlin also benefits it well from that too. Sleepy, I don't know, Sleepy. I think you're fine how you are. Gretel? Tanky Gretel? That'd be nice, but I do need the agility though, because Gretel's like the slowest out of everyone. What about Snow White? Snow White? Not bad. This one's not that bad either. Yeah, I'll think about it. Yeah, I'll definitely think about it. Rapunzel. Wait, Rapunzel benefit this too because like her agility is already pretty high enough that she's like around the same like agility length as everyone else. So this is not a bad one. This is not bad at all. Holy. This is good. You know what? I'll experiment. I'll think about it more. I'll experiment later. Sleepy game push on the side. No love. Don't worries. I'm here for you, girl. Oh, it's not that I pushing Sleepy to the side. It's more of the case of like I don't think sacrificing a small amount of her attack and her agility is worth the trade-off of higher defense. Because like, actually when I think about it, if I do that, Sleepy might actually tank more because she has like 300 defense from that result. And since she's in the back row, she gets, you know, she takes reduced damage from melee. Oh, that's not actually a bad trade-off when I think about it. You know what? I'll think about it, Stella. I'm just gonna like experiment later. But buddy, Sleepy deserves love too, you know. I mean, I already give her a good gear, Stella. Like, Sherry has good Sherry has good gear on her. Like, look how I built her. She has a lot of offense, and she's literally designed for Kagame. Like, look at all this BL. Look at all this BL. This is already good. She has slightly more. Wait, actually, yeah, she has more attack than Kaguya. Come on. I love Kaguya a lot. I like using her, but like, I think, yeah, Kaguya has more luck than Sleepy, which I don't really mind that much of a stat difference. It's actually pretty decent. When I'm looking at this, yeah, this is not bad. Not bad trade-offs. They're like, yeah, Sleepy's already fine. Like, she doesn't need any more gear. Maybe a new gun when we get to the upper tower. But like, other than that, for armor and such, I think she's fine. I'll see if I try to find like a better headset for her. Even though I do think the one that she has on her currently is already good enough. I love Mateus. It's like, it's actually a decent option for like, everyone gets heals because there's no chant. And like I know it's like expensive to use, but like since most of your magic characters get like a lot of SP to begin with, and also you can lower down the cost of it with the SP save skill, this is like a decent like, you know, healing spell in battle and such, because like most of the AoE healing spells in this game, they have chant, so like you have to wait for it to charge up and then you can use it. But Teus, on the other hand, like you can just use it anytime. Like there's no charge, which is like that's like fantastic if you ask me. I might be the only one who likes Sleepy, Snow White, and Cinderella a lot, not because they have big booga and look hot. They're great girls that should be happy/protected at all costs, even lowly. Cinderella, Rappy, and Pyre. Yeah, I can agree with you, Stella. I can agree with that statement. I can see the appeal of people liking those three girls. I know like Hawkchun really likes Cinderella a lot. And also she thinks Snow White is underrated. I think so too. I think Snow White is like underrated as well. For Sleeping Beauty, I do know like a lot of people who do like Sleepy, even though like we all know she doesn't really talk a lot. Demi can kill anything or anyone so she can handle herself. I mean, like, we all know how busted Dumbelina is in the first game. And you already saw how good she is as a, like, physical character in the second game. Just wait until you get to finale. That's where, like, Dummy really does become, like, the absolute, like, nuker. Other than Hamlin. Like, Hamlin's like, hey, I can do DPS really quickly. Dummy is like, hey, you want a nuke? I got you, my bruh. Hey, thank you, Alice.
私の力見せてあげるよ。いきます。開通です。いっちゃいっちゃ行くよ。出番ね。手を貸すわ。飛んできてます。頑張ります。白雪行くぞ。我もいるぞ。出番ね。出番味わいなさい。
Indeed, they sorry. Indeed, they are indeed. As I said, I love Alice to the end of time itself. No one will take her place, but I'll still give love this Sleepy Snow White. Both Cinderella's power and that character and finale that is tied to Alice. Yes. Oh yes. Honestly, I do like. I don't mind saying her name. I do like Charlotte. Charlotte? Charlotte? You got it right. Alright, thank you. I wasn't sure if I was pronouncing her name correct. I love her. I mean, like, there's multiple reasons why people will like her other than, like, you know, the Amazon character. I do think she's, like, interesting, like character-wise, and how she connects to the story and everything. And at the same time, like, I felt like a lot of her outfits really does kind of show you, like, nice. Just nice. It's like, yes, nice. Oh. Wait. Is that how that 4 puzzle works? Okay, so where I died was 4 then question mark? I think it was the 4th floor that I died in. And whatnot. Also, what you wrote down, Stella? She's an amazing girl. Great booba. I mean, that's... You're not wrong, Stella. I do like Underboob a lot. I mean, like, Underboob was the reason why I decided to get the Etrian Odyssey HD Remaster Origin Collection, because they made a new portrait for the pirate class, and I love it a lot. I can actually show you it. Like, hold on, let me show it. Also, let me read the rest of your comment before I show the picture. Let's see, is Alice's win girl to get Jack and Mary and Havoc daughter and best on their son in the whole series would be great mommy too. I mean, like, that was kind of the whole point of Charlotte. She's literally designed to be the One Son character. Like, you know, the one that you can picture hearing the iconic phase, Ara. But like, yeah, I will show that picture. Hold on. Let me go dig around in my files, because I do have it, but I don't remember where I left it. Plus, she is tied to Alice for something I did not see coming. Yeah, I do agree. Charlotte is pretty great. I mean, here's one of the new characters I do like, other than Mary. Like, for Mary's case, I can, like, relate to her. Like, a lot of the more, like, I guess funny aspects of Mary, like, I just relate. Like, I just relate to that person. And I do find her genuinely funny because of, like, how suggestive her dialogue can be when it comes to her, hobby. Alice is back. Whoa, is Alice now stumbling to, Snow White's dead-end outfit sense? Hey, Rito! How are ya? We're talking about underboobs and outfits. How are you? And on next sons, of course. Plus that, and it's feeling normal. Oh, formal, sorry. Yes, formal. Yeah, Alice's outfit is pretty formal. Like, it does look like something that you would wear, like, casually, but I mean, wear outside for, like, work and such. It does look like it. I do like the design of the end request characters. Like, both the, like, video game characters and, like, the real-life people. I feel like, for the real-life people, they do wear outfits that you could actually see people wear, like, for realsies when they, like, go to work and such. Like, it actually does look like something you will wear, outside and everything. Like, it doesn't look like too unrealistic.
出番ね。頑張って。頑張ります。白雪は任せろ。我もいるぞ。相手になるわ。まだ止めるわ。ぶちのめ。
Alice's outfits are so fire. Hell yeah, they are. Where is the bandit? Now, Alice would wear that outfit on a date or a honeymoon. I mean, like, that's the appeal of the Death End Request, like, outfits. Like, they do look like something you would wear in real life. And it's like, okay, it's like anime enough that you could, like, do a cosplay of. But at the same time, it looks realistic enough that you will actually see someone wear it. Like, to, like, work or, like, a date or a honeymoon, like you say, Stella. Like, that's, like, the best part about, like, the Death End, outfits. I do like it a lot. Also, I'm doing fine. Not on my house at the moment, though. All right, that's cool to hear, Rudel. Just be careful. All right, so I'm gonna unplug my mic real quick so I can like show you. Well, I'll show Stella and also everyone else in chat about like this one portrait from Etrian Odyssey Dream for the pirate class, which gave me enough reason to buy the game and such. So let me unplug my mic so I can show the picture because I saved the picture on my phone. Hello? Testing? 1, 2. Can you guys hear me? I just replugged the mic. Yes? Alright, thank you, Stella. Alright, so let me show you this class portrait that convinced me enough to get the Etrian Odyssey, like, you know, Origin Collection Remaster, whatever the fuck they call it. Alright. Let me hide the game real quick. You see this? This is the new class portrait for the pirate class. And I love this. I love this a lot. Like, look at all of... Like, look at the best parts of it. More specifically, the underboob. Like, I like it a lot. Oh, that's hot. That's hot indeed. It is. I love this. I love this portrait. This was the reason why I decided to get the Etrian Odyssey HD Remaster Collection, whatever they call it. Like, yeah. This is, like, for the pirate class in the dirt game. Like, this is the new portrait they did for it. Like, the original, like, portraits that they did for the pirate class, they're, like, good. I do think, like, they're very good. But the new one that they did exclusive for the remaster, like, look at this. This is beautiful. Like, if I start streaming Etrian Odyssey, I'm gonna be using this next to Red. Like, it just works. Hey, that looks cool. It does. I love it. I love her. Like, I love... I love this portrait a lot. There's other good portraits too, where I do have, like, a bunch of them. It's on my phone though, so I had to, like, you know, plug my phone into my laptop and, like, you know, drag the pictures and such just to show it to you guys. But this is the one that I like the most. Like, this is the one that, like, appealed to me the most. There's other good ones too. Like, the fucking, like, mecha one. Like, there's a mecha class in Etrian Odyssey 3 where it looks cool. Like, the guy mecha portraits, they just look cool. The girls are, like, you know, waifu. One of them wears glasses, so you can just put that one in a maid outfit just to make it even better. But they added a new class portrait for the mecha class, and it looks like something straight from, like, Trigger. Like, from a Trigger anime. It legit looks like it, and it's awesome. Oh my god. So yeah, I think this is enough time we can spend with Miss Pirate here. So she's gonna go away. We're gonna go back to Red and continue with Mary Skelter. What the fuck did I just click on? Hold on, let me fix something. Alright. Go back to Alice. I need to see her booba. Alice doesn't have any. I'm sorry, Stella. She doesn't have any. No, I'm sorry. It's the hard truth. You must know. I still love her, and I won't turn my back on Alice. Don't worry, we all love our waifus despite their flaws. Man, I have so many ideas for games to stream. Like, after Mary Skelter, I was like, oh, I want to do Mega 10. Like, I want to do Kyoku Magami Tensei, like the older games on the SNES. And then, like, I thought about, like, oh, maybe Final Fantasy. Like, I love Final Fantasy a lot. Like, I could, like, play the first, like... I do have access to the first 15 games. I don't have access to 16. And I do have some of the spin-offs as well. I mean, I could, like, play Kirby, because I also love Kirby as well. Like, there's so many games that I'm, like, thinking about streaming and shit. So right now, we're gonna focus on Mary Skelter until I get to the, you know, the end. You have Snow White and Alice outfits right now are like, hey, we should dress like we're gonna crash a wedding in the jail. That would be interesting. I'm not gonna lie, that will be interesting to see. Though Jack will give her a good massage around her booba, Alice might actually get some. I mean, maybe, given like... That is a trope that you will see often. I don't even know if it, like, that's a real thing. Like, that's an actual thing in real life. I don't know if it's like something that actually works. Oh, I'm getting a call. Hold on, I'm gonna mute the mic. I heard that it works like for real, but I take it with a grain of salt. Alright. Good to hear. Good to know. Wait a minute. Why the heck did they design it like? Really? Really, game? You put a spot like this? Fine. Wait, where am I? Where are you? Found you. No, if it really does, Jack gets to massage your wife's booba. I mean, his wife's booba. I mean, like, any excuse works, right? Any excuse to, like... to touch your, like, significant other's body parts within the realm of consent, mind you. Within the realm of consent, like, any excuse works. Also, I'm glad that Mary Skelter doesn't have like a mechanic where if the main character dies, it's game over, like in some Mega 10 games. Because if that's the case, then that's like, well, that's gonna be hard. Oh yeah, I hate that so much. Like, yeah, I'd understand why some people might hate it and everything. Like, some people think like, okay, it makes sense given like the context of like, you know, the lore and how it connects to the gameplay. But there's like other cases where it doesn't make sense and you're like, wait, why do we get game over if our main character dies? Like, wouldn't it make more sense if we could like, you know, revive the guy and everything? But like, it depends on the context if you ask me. Like, it really does depend on the context and like the lore and everything. Like, because I know like in Mega 10, for the Mega 10 games where if it's you get game over if the main character dies, like that one makes sense because like since you died, your demons are no longer like, you know, in contract with you. Like, they're not gonna be like, oh, our master died, so like we need to find ways to revive him. They're like, oh, he died. Oh well, contract is nullified. Like, we don't give a shit. See ya. They did change it in like future Mega 10 games where it's implied that the demons get along with you so well that they're like forever faithful for you and that they want to like try to revive you and everything. Which is like, okay, like that makes sense, like story-wise and everything. And why they like, you know, kind of justify that like gameplay change and such. But at the same time, I'm like, so that means demons in the future games, they're a lot more nicer in a sense compared to the older ones. Because the older ones, they actually act like, you know, actual demons where they only follow you because of contract. And once you, you know, you die and such, the contract is no longer there. So they're like, yep, peace out. and such, but like, yeah. Oh, you said the trials, not tails. I was like, wait a minute, I think I read something wrong. But yeah, oh my god, like, Stella, imagine the Tails game having that mechanic where if the MC dies, it's game over. Imagine like the MC getting like combo locked by the boss, and then it's just like, well, he died, game over, I guess. Like, better luck next time. Like, imagine that. Like, imagine if they did that. Because I do know, like, in some Tails games, some bosses like fucking combo like lock you so damn hard. Like, I remember, like, was it Symphonia or was it Tales of the Abyss where bosses can literally like combo lock you to death? Or was it Legentia? I remember Legentia, there was a boss that can literally just wrestle, that can literally just grapple you to death. Like, you know, he does a bunch of like wrestling moves after another and such. It was one of those. It was one of the two. Alright. So I'm not like, you know, making shit up. Like, I did kind of remember it. Well, so much rage what happened that day. Yeah, like, I remember some bosses, like, in some Tails games, they just, like, combo lock you. Like, my god. They're like, oh, you're combo locking me? Well, I'm gonna do the same thing to you. Oh my god, since we're talking about Tails games, I do want to stream those too. Like, I want to start from like Tales of Fantasia and then, like, you know, go by like, you know, order. I know like some people will be like, oh, just do Symphonia because you know like that's the best one, and like you know people will probably like jump in to watch a stream of that more than like me playing like Tales of Fantasia or Tales of Destiny or Tales of Eternia. Maybe Tales of the Abyss people, but like I don't know. I always like playing games based on like release date to kind of see the evolution of a franchise, especially if it's like an old franchise like Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, and Tales and the Trials games. Like I don't know, I always like seeing like evolution a lot when it comes to video games. I just like it a lot. Oh yeah, Mega 10 as well. I feel like if I were to like stream the Tales games, I'd probably be forced to like emulate some of them, because like if I want to do Tales of Fantasia, I'm literally forced to like choose between the Super Nintendo version, which was Japanese only, the PS1 version, which the one I played and I loved the most. That one's like, you know, PS1 Japanese only. So I had to emulate that one. And then there's like the Game Boy Advance port that had the official English, and I don't want to talk about that one because of like how fucking memeable that is. You know what? You just got me a good idea. Okay, so when we reach the end of the stream, so like when I'm done with all I can do and like save like the second half of the tower for like the next stream, I'm gonna end the stream to show you guys like the English dub of the Game Boy Advance version of Tales of Fantasia, because like it's fucking hilarious in like in the bad way. And I do have the YouTube video and everything. Excuse me. I should drink water. You know what? I'll get my water break once I get to Area 5, because I don't want to be stuck at Area 4 since that's the last time we died. And I lost like a lot of progress. The power of gun. Alice is just wrecking everything, along with Hamlin. Like, Hamlin's also equally wrecking shit as well. They're both going caveman. They're both going caveman with their respectable, powerful weapons. I do wish that there's another tier of daggers. Daggers. Because, like, the one that Hamlin has on her right now, that's the strongest tier. And such. And I know, like, you would argue that, well, the benefits of having high agility outweighs, like, the other stuff. But I'm like, yeah, but at the same time, I kind of want to go full Unga Bunga. Like, I want her to, like, switch the dagger and use, like, long swords, where I can, like, you know, absolutely buff up her her attack. Like, look at this shit. Like, look at this attack. It gets even more stronger once we get the Hero Blade. Because the Hero Blade is, like, if you ask me, is, like, the best, like, high tier weapon other than like the Type 0 dagger. In terms of like the amount of stats you get from it. Like, it's absolutely great. And if you wanted to know about like other weapon types, like, you know, Buster Blades and shit, these are useless. Buster Blades are useless. The only good Buster Blade that I can think of is in Finale. And the only reason why it's only in Finale is because like shrinking that one in Finale makes like the best, like, I would say, damage weapon. Like, pure damage. Like, it doesn't give you like high agility or anything. It just gives you like a fuck ton of attack. And my god, like, giving it to like one of your like physical characters, maybe a Destroyer Alice or a Destroyer Cinderella, like, yeah, it's not gonna give them high agility, but it's still gonna make them like punch extremely hard. Like, they're just gonna be wrecking everything at that point. But like, yeah, that's like a fine and dandy weapon for them. There's other ways you can like make good. Also, I do love how, I think I already said this before from a previous stream, but like, I do love that the Destroyer does get access to Fist, and I think this is like a good like agility weapon for them. Like, this is honestly like a good like weapon type to give your Destroyer if you're like, oh, I want them to like be more faster and such. Just give them a Fist weapon. Like, this is absolutely like fine to use and such. And whatnot. Hammer sucks. Like, there's only like 2 good hammers I can think of in Finale. I know I'm playing Mary Skelter 2 and I'm like talking about Finale stuff, but like, Finale is essentially a more refined version of Mary Skelter 2 with like the benefits of Tiny Princess from the first game, so I can like talk about it a little bit. But like, yeah, that's all I could say about this for now, so let's just continue on. Wait, I forgot that spot again. Why the fuck did I keep forgetting that? So proud of her. Yes, we're all proud of our fighters because they literally can wreck this game in half. Like, they can literally just snap it in half.
行くよ。とっておきだ。それ、これでどう？これでどう？それ、見つけたわ。それ、それ、これでどう？これでどう？チャンピオン。発動しますよ。行きまーす。現れ。行くぞ行くぞ。よし来た。我もいるぞ。僕の番。おはよう。行くわよ。行くよ。行くよ。行くよ。ビラビラーン。これはどうかしら。これでどう？発動しますよ。行くよ。行くよ。行くよ。大通です。行くよ。行くよ。行くよ。私の力見せてあげる。発動しますよ。行きますわよ。開通です。いっちゃう。開通ですわ。犬か。来た。行くわよ。頑張って。
How far am I? Am I even getting close to like the core? I don't even know. I feel like I am, because like in the first game, the first half was only like 5 or 6 floors, so I'm assuming that applies the same for Mary Skelter too. This is long. Are you kidding me, game? Fine.
ちらの勝利よ。行くよ。
Oh hey, this is the this is a shortcut. Oh, that's cool.
よいしょ。
That's really cool. Nice. I could just put a save here then. Also, it seems that Alice has mastered the one skill that the non-albino has overcome common JRPG protagonist, jumping. Yes! This is like one of the new map skills that Alice gets because, like, you know, Rabbit Hole is like Jack only. Like, Jack is the one that uses it in this game, so they have to like replace it with something else for Alice. The rabbit jump. And I love that skill because, like, you can literally like use it as like a fun way to go through the maps. It's so good, but it's sad that you only get Alice in, I think, chapter like 10. So that means you only have like 2 chapters with Alice, and it's like really sad. And I know at that point some people won't really like, you know, invest in Alice because they're like, oh, we already have Hamlin and Cinderella, who we already invest a lot of time in. Why would we do the same for Alice? I feel like Alice is like extremely good, especially like skill wise and everything, because she has a similar like skill list to Cinderella, except Alice has more elemental diversity. So because of that, like even her genocide skills, like she gets a lot more elemental diversity compared to Cinderella, where she gets mostly like AoE attacks that does status effects, which isn't that bad. But I prefer Alice's like, hey, I can hit the enemy's like elemental weakness, which will cause more damage, over like, oh, there's a chance of me like stunting like all enemies. And such. So because of that, I feel like out of the 3 fighters you get, Alice and Hamlin are the best ones. Because for Hamlin's case, she knows air and earth, which is something, well, she knows earth, which is something that Alice lacks, while Alice knows fire and water, which is something Hamlin lacks. So they both like cover each other's like, you know, elemental like lack of like, you know, they cover each other's like element like list and such. Cinderella can also do the same thing, but because of her genocide skills being like, you know, status effects galore, it's not really that useful unless you literally make Cinderella have like a lot of luck. Like, if you manage to make your Cinderella have like a lot of luck, then I can probably see you like spamming like Hypno Burst and Stun Burst for like, not only like for damage, but also for the chance of like inflicting status effects on the enemy and everything. But that requires high luck, and I don't know if that's like gonna help you out in the long run. I do know it's gonna help you out in the long run with Finale, because I feel like Finale really did make status effects like absolutely like powerful, other than Mary Skelter 2. Oh yeah, Kaguya, I need to recover SP for you. Hold on. Back, yes, thank you. Here we go. You know how sad I was when I found that happen, and even more sad that no one takes the time to look at my owls and work on it. I know. It's a case of like coming in the late game, Stella. Like we all went through something similar to that in every JRPG, where we get like a late game party member and we're like, oh, there's no point in me investing in them because like I already have like the best ones on right now. But I remember doing it a lot in like Fire Emblem, where you get like late game like units and you're just thinking to yourself like, I already have like the best ones that I have from the very beginning, so why would I use these like, you know, party members that the game gives me and there's only like 2 chapters left and such. I feel like that was more of a problem in like the earlier Fire Emblem games. I feel like it's not too much of an issue in the like in the newer games, but like in the older games, it really does feel like they're just kind of there. They're just like, oh hey, like you just want like an extra fighter just in case, like here you go and shit. Like I don't know, like the only case I feel like I really like a late game unit in Fire Emblem was in the DS remake of Mystery of the Emblem. I love that DS remake. I know like the DS Fire Emblem games get like a bad rep and everything, but like I unironically like them a lot. The only problem I had with them was graphics. Like I felt like the pseudo 3D like look of the models are just ugly regardless of how you sugarcoat it. Like it does not look good. I'd rather have them use traditional 2D sprites like in the older games and such. Like the Super Nintendo and the GBA Fire Emblem games, if you ask me, has like the best like 2D sprites. I love how they handle the 2D and also like how magic looks. Like I think those two like eras of Fire Emblem has like the best looking magic, and I honestly like feel that way because when I got to the 3D era, I thought Path of Radiance magic looked okay. Radiant Dawn was like significantly better than Path of Radiance, and then we get to the 3DS games where I went like, okay, Awakening magic, garbage. It does not look cool. Fates, step up, slightly better. Echoes, hell the fuck yeah. Like Echoes magic looks so cool. And then we get to Three Houses where it's just meh. Like Three Houses was just absolute meh when it came to how magic looks. I was so disappointed with like how the magic animations looked in Three Houses. But more specifically like the early game spells, because they all look the same. It's literally just a ball and it just hovers to the enemy and just pops when it hits the enemy. Like it's literally just a ball. Like there's a fireball, there was a dark ball, there was an ice ball, there was a wind ball and such. But like the later spells, I do feel like they look a lot more better, but even still it wasn't as cool looking compared to the GBA and the Super Nintendo games, and also Radiant Dawn and also Echoes and such. But yeah, let me see what you guys wrote down real quick. Let me open this. Alice gets 2 chapters and everyone gets like 1,000 chapters. When I first played this, I was so pissed. I thought they did my Alice dirty, but when I found out what happened to Alice, it really made up for everything. Plus, all the Alice events are so amazing and wholesome as fuck. Yeah, I do agree that despite the lack of like screen time you get with Alice and also Red, I do think like the events you get with them are actually really great. Like, it's one of the cases where they're like, okay, they don't get a lot of screen time, but like when you see the events and everything, it wholly makes up for it. It totally makes up for it. And such. But like, yeah, are you guys familiar with Fire Emblem? Have you guys played a Fire Emblem game before? If so, like, which ones have you played? Where am I? Alright. If I'm reading this correctly, the door to Area 5 will be here. So I'm assuming I'm reaching near the kind of the end of the first part of the jail tower. That's good. That's good. I'm hoping that we reach it. Are you kidding me, Osu? Come on. Really? Really, Osu? I literally loaded you with a lot of BL. Like, come on. Exactly, Alice is a key character in this game. Yeah, I do agree. Alice does play like a significant. She gets a pretty cool role in Mary Skelter too. Well, Zero. Never played one sadly. Oh, don't worry, I won't like hold it against you. I know like tactic games are not like everyone's cup of tea. I do know like there's arguments about like, oh, I don't think like Fire Emblem is considered like an actual tactics game and such. To which I'm like, okay, if you're forced to like move a unit based on a grid, and that you're literally forced to pray to RNG for a character to actually hit someone, that's enough reason for me to call that a tactics game. Like, this is like a complicated game of chess. Or shogi. I actually played those games before. Well, more specifically chess. I actually do know how to play chess, but shogi not so much. I know shogi is essentially like Japanese chess with like different rules and everything, but like I for the dear life of me, I can't understand how to play that one. But like, I do think it's interesting. But like, yeah. And such, but like, oh my god, Fire Emblem. Another series that I actually do like a lot. I do play Heroes, like Fire Emblem Heroes, the gacha game on phone. I do play it. I actually played it back, like, for a very long time. It was like one of the few gacha games I played a lot. Besides Fate Grand Order. And if you're wondering like how long I've been playing Fire Emblem Heroes, I've been there since pre-order, so I was there since day one. Not pre-order, pre-register. So I played Fire Emblem since the very first day. It has been like 6 years, question mark? I don't know how long it's been actually. Hey, I flip your back and you decide to jump. Nice. And whatnot. I have like a huge like collection of 5 stars in Fire Emblem Heroes, like, and a majority of them I like a lot, and I was happy that I got them. Oh yeah, how far are you in Fate Grand Order? I'm in the 5th Lost Belt. I didn't touch the 6th one yet because I got stuck with like some of the bosses, more specifically Demeter. Oh fuck, wait, hold on. So yeah, I'm at like the 5th Lost Belt. I really want to get to the 6th one. I really do. Because I remember like hearing so much about the story. I even like somewhat spoiled it for me back when I like, you know, heard about it in Japan and such, even though like it's in pure Japanese and I wasn't able to understand most of the things. But like, I did like some of the plot parts of it. And I do like how memeable some of the characters are. NA or JP? I'm in NA. I have not played the JP server, and I feel scared to jump into the JP server because like they're so ahead of us, and it doesn't help the fact that they have so many like cool shit that I'm just like, I don't know, I'm not like stumped. Also, it doesn't help the fact that Grand Order is like one of those like franchises. One of those gacha games where if you miss an event, you miss it for life. Like, it honestly kind of scares me. And I've not played it in a while as well. Like, what was the last time I played it? I played Grand Order, like, last week? Like, that was the last time I played it. So, like, I just kind of haven't been playing gacha games lately. Like, I've just been playing, like, other stuff, like, some Switch games, and, like, my PS3, my PS Vita and such. Like, I swap around. Also, I read, like, books and I had to do work and everything, but, like, I didn't really have a lot of time to play gacha games lately, though. Like, the last time I played Fate Grand Order, like I said before, it was last week. Also, hey, it's a morph enemy. I didn't expect you to be here. Wait a minute. You're not weak against water here? Okay, what are you weak to? I'm curious now. There's a fire. Alright. That's so weird. Like, we met the morph enemies a lot in the city streets, and they were weak against water. And they're back in the jail tower, but they have a different elemental weakness. It's so bizarre. I've been playing Fate Grand Order to level my team for a week since Anime Expo. Oh, damn! That's cool! I'm on Lost Belt 6. That's awesome. I'm hoping you're enjoying it, because I heard it was like one of the best well-written Lost Belts. To the point that I even like, you know, I even heard about it and everything. I was like, oh my god, I know about some of the characters. I do know about like one new class that I don't want to like tell you it because I'm assuming that you don't know what it is and I don't want to spoil it. And I did hear some of the music from it as well. Like, it's honestly really great. I'm so excited when I will actually get there because I'm still stuck in Lost Belt 5. Like, I'm just having a hard time with it. I hope I can save my Saint Quartz for Summer Karma. Wait, who is Summer Karma? Karma? Oh god, I don't know if I said that right. Wait, Summer. What was the... Was it the... What do you call it? Is it the Sakura face? Yeah, it is the Sakura face. Alright, I know what you're talking about. Because I remember the Kama, the assassin one. That was either like Lolly or Boing Boing, depending on like your yeah, you can switch between the two. But same applies to the summer one. I remember seeing that one. I thought that was awesome. I thought that was like a cool summer character. She was an Avenger, yes. Like the summer version, it's Avenger, yeah. Wait, Stella, we're actually gonna get that event soon? Like, actually? If that's the case, I do want to roll for the magician, I mean the summer version of... Fuck, what was her name again? Like, she was one of the few one-star assassins that I actually, like, liked, and I invested a lot of time in her. Charlotte? Charla? No, I don't think that's how you pronounce her name. What was her name? What was her name? It was... Fate... Corday? Wait, no. Yes, Charlotte Corday. Yes! Yeah. Oh my god, I remember, like, seeing her summer form, and I was like, yes, I need this. She's actually one of the few one-star assassins that I actually invested time in. Like, I actually unironically like put a lot of time and effort on her. Same, I did the same. Love her. I know. She's great. Especially like what she does in the 5th wall spell. It made me like her a lot. Also, like, I do like how, you know how like people like say like, oh, it's just an anime version of this like historical character, and like they just made her like, you know, typically cute and like moe who happens to have boing boing and shit. But the funny thing about that is that in real life, she was indeed quite beautiful, and not only that, but she was quite boing boing. Hell, like when she did the like her assassination on that one French politician during the French Revolution and such, the way how she did it was like, you know, she stabbed the guy and everything. Like she snuck to the guy's office and like, you know, stabbed him and everything. But like, okay, so the funny thing is that the way she did it was she hid the knife in her boobs. Like that's how she was able to sneak it in. And what's even more funny is that people thought that this was fake until you learn about she was so like this like event of her assassinating this politician was like so like newsworthy that sorry, I'm kind of losing my throat. Hold on. So it was so newsworthy that when they caught her and everything, people immediately saw what she looked like, and they immediately start like drawing pictures of her. Like they immediately start like drawing what she looked like and everything. And from the pictures and painting that we saw, she was indeed extremely like, you know, good looking, and also she had extremely big chest. Like, oh my god, like she was really boing boing. And that was like an actual fact. Of course, that makes you go like, wait, so you're telling me that the French people saw this girl assassinate her and like, you know, they arrest her and shit. And all the people that saw the arrest, they're like, oh my god, we need to draw a picture of her stat, like just immediately. They just went on the speed of like a Rule 34 artist. They're just like immediately, like just snap of the finger. They're like, yep, here you go, this is what she looks like. Accurate picture. And whatnot. Like that's the funny thing about history. They're like, yeah, this was an actual thing. The power of Booba strikes again. Exactly. Like that. It was literally the power of Booba. Which is crazy. And then Fate waifu her. Like, yeah, they definitely did. I mean, like, it did kind of made her more sympathetic, like Fate always does. They always make some of the girls, and I mean most of the characters have like, you know, a bit of a tragic backstory, and kind of shows like them being like, you know, gray in morality and such. Like they're not purely black and white. Even though there are some characters that I can immediately think of at the top of my head that's purely like, you know, black in terms of morality. Like that one guy in Fate Stay Night. Like, we all know who I'm talking about. Oh my god. Oh, Gil? Well, no, the other, the insect guy. That one. He's straight up evil. Like Nero. I mean, yeah, Nero is like definitely designed for... Oh, do you mean Zerocaster? No, it's the... I think he was like the head of the family that Shinji and Sakura like belongs to. Like that guy. I don't remember his name. Was it Zorin or something? Like that guy was evil. Like he was known for like insects and shit. Zerocaster, that, like, yeah, he's definitely like kind of questionable. Oh yeah, he also had like also his master was also like a terrible person. He was a serial killer, right? That was also pretty like yeah, he was also a pretty evil person.
行くぞ頑張れ頑張るわ
Oh. Oops. This is bad. We have 2 Blood Sculpture people. And another person is gonna go into Blood Sculpture as well. Oh no. Hold on. I can save this. Okay, never mind. Oh, Sakura's evil jackass grandfather, Zopkin. Yeah, I'm talking about him. That guy was fucking pure evil. Like, after, like, learning about what he did in both Stay Night and also in Zero, it just made me not like the guy. I was like, yeah, this guy is just pure evil. Like, there's no, like, black and white shit with him. He's pure black. Black morality. Okay. I'm praying that Snow White can kill him so that I can, like, you know, revive everyone and, like, fix some of the problems. Stella, I can't believe we survived a battle with 3 people and a Jack the Ripper in Blood Skelter. Like, you saw how crazy everyone went, right? Like, everyone was just, like, murdering everyone and, like, murdering the enemy as well. I'm glad Snow White was able to survive. Oh my god. That was actually a good move. Good job, me. Oh my god. Alice, no. I'm sorry, Stella. She was the first one to die. But don't worry, we can revive her easily. Like, we have a bunch of, like, revival items. Also, I always find the revival items interesting. Like, they're called AED, which in real life, they're used for, like... I think they were used to, like, jumpstart a person's heart. Like, it's something that people use to do that. So I'm assuming that when the girls get KO, their heart just stops. So we just have to, like, use this on them to, like, you know, revive their heartbeat. Oh yeah, during war times makes sense, yeah. I mean, it was used for, like, medical field as well. I do know, like, some hospitals do use it. Where is it? Found it. There's a lump of blood in the bowl. Take it? Yeah. Honestly, this part right here, this puzzle, it kind of made me feel squeamish when I, like, first, like, saw it. Like, you know, like, it's like the ice cream puzzle back in the dorms where it's, like, ice cream and shit. But, like, in here, it's blood. It's colored blood. And the fact that you had to freeze it and the game tells you that, oh, hey, like, there's a lump of blood here. Do you want to take it? I'm like, I don't want to think about it. Which is crazy and nasty. I'm like, yeah, I was like, I just kind of went like, oh, I don't want to touch that. But we had to do it for puzzle solving. And to end the game, yeah, oh my god. Also, I do like the little... Well, actually, no, I remember these small details being in the first game. Never mind. I was gonna talk about the whole, like, you know, the vines and, like, the little slug things, like, pulse... Like, they're moving and pulsing and shit, but I'm like, wait a second, that was something in the first game as well. I do know, like, it appears again for Finale, and I think, like, the way how Finale handled it was, like, really great. Yeah, that was it. I thought I was... Yeah. I thought I was, like, seeing shit. Hey, it's Rainbow Mecha, I mean, machine enemy. Look at it, it's a rainbow. How pretty. RGB? Yeah, Wait, RGB? Lighting? Question? I don't know what the fucking saying was. Never mind. They look really high spec. I wonder, is there any more blood pools that this game wants to draw at me, so I have to, like, fucking freeze it? Here you go, Alice. You be thoroughly purged. Hell yeah, I love Kogane. Thank you very much, game. Wait, what were they supposed to do? Come on, Greta, can you please get some points in agility? What time is it? Like, how long have I been streaming? Hold on, let me pull up it. 4 hours and 24 minutes. Alright. Not that bad. I do feel like I got here a lot more faster than usual, despite the setback we had earlier. Do you think it's a good idea for Laura Murray to be out? Sorry, to be out here since you know she will have that baby soon? I don't know, to be honest. Oh, fuck. Unless she already had it. I wonder when. Oh my god. We found it downstairs. That means we found the shortcut. This is good progress. Oh my god. Oh, so the shortcut was across here. That's cool. That's cool. I like this. I have this spot of the map left, but I want to explore the rest of down here, so I'm assuming there's like a key item that I probably need to unlock the door since we got a lump of blue blood, so I'm assuming that's what the puzzle is telling us to do. Saying that is cool. Yeah, it is. I didn't know. All this time I could have just crossed this line and just unlocked the shortcut. Like, look at this, Stella. Wait a minute. I got bamboozled. This is a treasure room. God damn it, game. I think you tricked me. I honestly thought this was a shortcut. lied to you? Well, I guess so, because I thought downstairs equal, like, you know, a shortcut. But no, it's a treasure room. I don't need treasure right now.
やりましたよ。出番ね。頑張って行くぞ。頑張れ。行くわよ。はあ。よし来た。くら
Hey, he got sleep infection. Okay, Stella, I honestly don't know why. Like, sleep infection is a thing? Like, is this supposed to be like a reference to that saying? But at the same time, like, remember, sleep goes away if that character gets hit. So, like, what's the point of sleep infection then? Like, is it just to give you an extra turn, like, without, like, the heal and use items and such? If that's the case, then that's, like, perfectly useful. But at the same time, it's like, what's kind of the point? Like, it's better for, like, stun and poison, because, like, for poison's case, it's like, you know, damage over time, that's, like, wonderful. Stun is, like, you know, stun is stun, like, it's broken. But, like, sleep is, like, what? But, yeah, that's all I have to say about it. I think so, and it's a weird one. Yeah, it is. Like, it's one of the weird status effects, if you ask me. It's like, what's the point of this? The bowl game. The bowl is filled with boiling blood. Wait, the blood is boiling? What kind of blood is this? The fact that it's boiling just makes me question it more. That's so gross, it is. I know Mary Skelter is like horror and everything, but I didn't expect like the horror parts to be like, oh. Now that I'm thinking about it, that is kind of gross. Kind of like Fate, yeah. Like I remember like seeing like some of the more horror aspects of Fate, and I'm just sitting there going like, wait a minute, that's actually creepy as fuck. Hold on. Namely, Heaven's Fields. Yeah, Heaven's Fields was where I feel like it was a lot of like horror and like bugs, and it was like generally like makes you feel unease. Wait, am I reading this right? Like, hold on, let me check something. Yeah, I am. I am reading this correctly. But this is unlocked though. Unless that's actually a puzzle place. Hold on. I need to read the map more closely. Exactly, it was so creepy and made me feel on edge. Yeah, like Heaven's Feel really does like crank up some of the more creepy aspects of Fate. Yeah, okay, it looks like... Oh wait, I think this is a doorway. I don't feel like fighting right now. It is! Alright. I thought for a second I got like soft locked or like I got super lost. But no, is that it was actually there. I just had to look at the map more closely. What other things I remember about Fate being creepy? I remember like Zero had some like creepy moments. There was also a Patada with the whole like backstory of the assassin of... Was it the assassin of black? Yeah, the assassin of black. And there's also some parts of Fate Grand Order that was also pretty creepy as well. What other creepy stuff that I remember? And what's so funny, Mary Skelter will be perfect crossover for Fate Stay Night, Fate Extra CCC, Zero, and Pili Iliad. Oh yeah, Fate Grand Order. I feel like Grand Order will work extremely well because like Grand Order is like the gacha game, so I'm pretty sure they're fine with like crossovers, like crossover events and such. Like they did it for like every single Type Moon property, so might as well. And Fate Extra also works really well too because, you know, that one is online road. So like someone could just plug in their copy of Mary Skelter into the Moon Cell. And then everything that we know about Mary Skelter just bleeds into the Holy Grail tournament. Like that seems like that sounds like a cool crossover, right? Like, think about it. We have Master Jack and, like, Servant Alice. Or maybe... Or they can kind of go with the approach with the main antagonist from Extra, CCC. Where the guy is, like, the servant, but he's, like, buffing the Master. And the Master is doing all of the hard work. So we get, like... Busted Alice Master, and then we get super support Servant Jack. That sounds like yeah, that sounds really cool actually when I think about it. We need this. We need this crossover now. Thank you, Stella, for like thinking about it. Alright, well, more specifically mentioning it. Yeah. does sound like a good idea. Oh yeah, I have no Earth Ray. That sucks. Jack would be a master in the war and Alice be his servant. It would be crazy to see how they would go throughout the war. Huh, yeah, that's one way we could do it. Master Jack and servant Alice. You're welcome. I will love it. I will love it so much. Yeah, I would love it too. Hey, there's blood. There's actual red blood. Wow. It's not food color. Yeah, food color blood. It's actual red blood. Wait, I just realized something. Both, like, witchcraft and the Holy Grail, they both have, like, similar, properties, you know, they're able to, like, you know, grant the wishes of, like, people's desires and shit. And whatnot. And, like, you know, we learned from the first game, like, witchcraft is, like, you know, the perfect, like, wish granting thing, because, like, you know, Snark wanting to use it to rebuild the world and everything. Or according to the bad ending, he used it to create an evil god, which we immediately kill quite easily. So, like, I don't know, like, I don't know, man. I do know, like, witchcraft does get expanded upon as each entry goes in, but I don't want to talk about that yet because that's, like, major spoiler stuff. So we're gonna save that until we get to that plot point. I have a crossover in mind since Mary Skelter Nightmare /2. Ooh, I want to hear it. Like, go on. I don't mind if you, like, type a long time. I just have to pull out my phone just to read it. I don't mind doing that. Why do they have really game? Stella, we found the core! Hell yeah, oh my god. Now, I need to go SP. 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 Yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about. Alright, let's go.
んでしょうか。
興味はあるわね。調査の限りを尽くしたいほどに。
ねえおつーちゃん、これって。
これはコア。こんなところにあったのか。
おつー、早速破壊しちゃってよ。
待って、木の陰に何かいるわ。
万人よ、隠れて隙でも伺っておったのか。
いや、待てハーメルン、何か様子がおかしい。
確かに敵意が弱々しいというか、これはもしかして怯えている。コアの番人がコアそっちのけで隠れてたというのか。
さすがにコアを放って逃げるよ
Huh,
うな
that's new.
しないようだけ
The
ど。
Guardian's actually scared. Also, like,
一体何に怯えて
I
い
need
る
to
ってい
do
うんだ。
something real quick. Like, I need to, like, get something. Because I... So I'll, like, you know, BRB and
もっと
such.
別の何かね。もう面倒だからさっさとコア破壊しようよ。
それもそうだな、赤ずきんよ。
なんだ、急に敵意が膨れ上がった。
見逃してくれないと悟ったのであろう。つまりはやけくそってことじゃない。番人来ます。
よしみんな、一気に蹴散らそう。なかなか強そうだな。
いい調子だ。行くわよ。
Hey, I'm back. Oh my god. I just had to leave out shrimp because my family wants to like cook a shrimp dish. Such, but like, yeah, I want to see what you guys wrote down. Yeah, it's hot tune. Let's jam to the music. Like, I honestly like Mary Skelter music a lot. What else do you wrote down? No worries. I thought Jack and Alice would be in the Holy Grail War, and the only way they can get home is to play it and win, unless we rewrite it where Jack and Alice lives in the fate/stay night or extra timeline. Alice would be a saber serving her own class like Evie or Malshu. And she's quite powerful like Enya or Saber would be great. Jack would be the master, honestly thinking of how it is in the games. Mermy would be Osu's master though, maybe I see that fitting. Oh yeah, Jack would be a master in the Holy Grail War and Alice will love being Jack's servant. Yeah, honestly, I do feel like the fighter class line does translate well into the saber class. But knowing fate logic, anyone can be a saber as long as they have some kind of like sword skill. Or better yet, they just happen to use a gun. And whatnot. Like, I do know like Fate, back when it was establishing the rules and such, they're like, oh, the servant can only be in this class line because of like, you know, their accomplishments that they did in their and whatnot, and what they're known for and such. Like for King Arthur, like it's Saber because of the legendary, you know, Excalibur and Caliburn and such. But like, remember that one time King Arthur became an archer just because he can use a water gun? My god, that rage rush. For Alice, she took away like, I think what the bar is indicating is like 1/4 of his HP. So I wonder how much Hamlin can do. How much is that? It's almost dead. Oh god, lord. Oh, okay, so we against water. Good to know. Thank you, game. You didn't die? Shit. Thank you, Osu. Thank you for being the tank. And there we go. Easy peasy. I even like crank up the gel trials just to make it harder, but Alice and Hamlin just like killed it so much. Like they just went like, oh, it's a boss, and then just took away practically almost all of its HP. And such. But yeah, what else do you guys wrote down? Though would Alice have her own unlimited blade works, I would fangirl so hard if she did something like Saber's Nova Phantasm. I honestly don't know. Like, also you wrote like kind of a continuation from it. No, really, can you picture Alice using unlimited blade works something around the level, or use Saber's Nova Phantasm, but her Phantasm is on the same level? Honestly, I don't know, to be honest, Stella, because of Mary Skelter not having like, you know, special moves and such, I don't know if Alice would actually get a Nova Phantasm similar to the iconic ones that we are well familiar with. If that was the case, I don't want her to do like an Excalibur, to be honest, because we have way too many of those. Like, we have the classic Excalibur, we have Bull Mug, which is honestly the one that I enjoyed a lot along with Excalibur. We have Excalibur Morgan. And like a bunch of random stuff. I feel like there's no Phantasm where the character transforms into something else, right? Like Jekyll and Hyde sort of thing. Maybe that might work, but at the same time, like, that sounds kind of lame. For Alice's case, I can't think of one because her fairy tale is just like she entered Wonderland through a rabbit hole. And like tea parties and off with their heads. Maybe something similar to like that one assassin guy that's known for the guillotine. Like as a reference to the Queen of Hearts' favorite execution. Like maybe something similar to that. I don't know. Like that would be something nice. Wait, you guys wrote a lot. Let me try to catch up. I think they get Phantasm similar to their Skelter forms. For Snow White, maybe be poison. Yeah, Snow White with poison will work extremely well. That does better. Or scissors that can cut through time and space for red. Yeah, that will work as well. For Hammy, it's the flute. I mean, yes, Hammy's just gonna go full Elizabeth Bathory mode with her flute, and it's gonna be amazing. I don't know. I don't mind to make it a copy, but give it something new in Flash. Yeah, that would be cool. Or maybe hers will be able to morph the area like a topsy-turvy upside-down world like Alice in Wonderland. You know what? So like, yeah, that would work. It'd be like essentially similar to like Unlimited Blade Works and the Golden Theater of Nero and such. Yeah, I can see that work. That'd be a cool Noble Phantasm for Alice. Alice does have a sword, so it has to be something with her sword, right? I mean, like, sure, I guess, but yeah, I could totally see Alice with a Noah Phantasm that like changes the area. Yeah, that will work. Osu, we already have an Osu in Fate. Like, you know what I'm talking about, right, Stella? Like, we already have an Osu in Fate. And such. What else do you guys wrote down? Dummy will change the size of whatever she touches or herself. Yeah, that would be like cool. Like get Jumbo too, not just Tiny. So she's like, she can literally just change the size of everything, like from big to smaller, like to regular size. That sounds like a JoJo power. If I'm gonna be honest with you, it sounds like, was it Littlefinger or Tiny Feet? Like from part 5, I don't remember the name of that stand, but it like the way how you describe Dumbledore's ability reminds me of that Hachun. And Kaguya will be empowered by the moon. Oh yes, Kaguya is just gonna go full Sailor Moon. She'll be fighting evil in moonlight and winning love in daylight. Oh my god, you guys are making a lot of good ideas. I can't help but be like, I wish I could like put a comment or something. I feel like Pyre or Shira, if you're going with the Japanese name, I feel like for Pyre's case, her Noble Phantasm would just be similar to like Jonah Arc Alter, like similar to that Noble Phantasm. Like I feel like they both like will have similar phantasms because of like what Pyra is and everything. I'm not sure about Mary though. Would Mary be like a Noah Phantasm that's like purely designed to debuff people? Because like I can't really think of any cool ideas for Mary. Charlotte, I would totally see Charlotte as like a caster because like that's kind of like her that's kind of like what she is. She's like a support like character. Even though like I'm talking in the sense of like her fairy tale. And when not in the game, like we all know that Charlotte in Finale, like she's an absolute like damage nuke. So like that's like a whole different thing. and such. Like, man, we're getting into a lot of interesting topics this stream. I'm liking this a lot. I can see that. I wish the Blood Maidens have something sick. Alice, no, Phantasm has to be EX. It has to be. Wait, we didn't talk about Cinderella. We forgot Cinderella. Sorry, Hachun. We need to think of a Noah Phantasm for Cinderella before we continue the story. Cinderella. Should be a writer. She does ride her pumpkin carriage to battle. That would totally fit Cinderella. She does be a rider class. Definitely speed because of her slippers. Yeah, totally. I can totally see like Cinderella being like the speed rider, and like she's just all about speed until she like hits a wall. That's where she just like falls and trips. Oh yeah, it'd be like speed cutting down her enemies. I'm thinking they'd be similar to traits that they have in this game, right? So also Fencer. Like the skinny bendy French swords. Because she's European. Okay, here's the thing. Is she European or is she gay? Why not both? I mean, that works. That works a lot, actually. Yeah, that's a base statement, Hachin. She can be both European and gay. You're a lesbian, and you're a lesbian, and you're also a lesbian. We stand lesbians. I mean... lesbians are nice. Gay people are also nice, too. I do like my bi people, though. I feel like when it comes to bi people just kind of like feel iffy towards them. Sometimes they just call us like indecisive. But we know the best of both worlds though, so like there's a benefit of being bi. But like yeah, I have nothing to say to lesbians. I think they're cool. I do know like not people that I know who are lesbians, but I do like a lot of like fictional characters who happen to be like lesbians and such, and I do like them a lot. I think like some of the mangas I read about Yuri is actually well written instead of feeling like instead of feeling like it's a fetish. It feels actual. It feels like an actual like a good relationship. Grim shit. Hey Grim! And your first thing is bass. Hey Grim. Long. How are ya? Yeah, cause like, and I can see that being a thing, yeah. Because men is oh, that got auto mod. I don't have auto mod though, Hachun. Like all of the, yeah, I don't have any mods whatsoever. I have to like if I want to like delete a comment, I have to do it myself. And such, but like yeah, good to know that everyone is having a good time. But let's continue with the story because I do want to reach the end of the first half of the jail tower so that we can get like a head start to the second half, and I will like save that for like the next stream, which I'm gonna plan to make that one like the last Mary Skelter 2 stream, because that's where I'm gonna cover like all the last parts of the final chapter. That includes like the bad and true ending and such. And like after that I'll do like a reading stream and everything. But like yeah. So yeah, let's continue on with the story. I can like continue reading you guys' comments. Okay. The stream mixed up for me. Had to redo it again though. Oh my.
またジェイルが泣きましたわね。きっとこれでまた脱獄に近づいたんじゃないかな。
それにしてもさっきの番人はどうして怯えていたんだろうね。ねえアリス、君はもしかしてここで目が覚めたのかい？ごめんなさい。目覚めた時のことがあまり思い出せないのだけど、でもここでないことだけは断言できるわ。
ここで目覚めたのなら、この桜の木が記憶に残りそうだものね。
ええ、その記憶が私には一切ないから。だから違うはずよ。
なるほどね。
I was like, why is everything so shh? And then I realized, oh, it freezed, so I had to restart. Oh, that sucks.
何やってんのツー。ほら、先に進むわよ。
あ、
Yeah, I do feel like Twitch sometimes does freeze all of a sudden when I'm watching a stream, so I had to like
たくさんありそうね。
reload the page so that it works again.
だけど今は先にナイトメアを倒そう。よしみんな、先に進もう。
Oh yeah, I was gonna say earlier before I got auto mod was that people who are not lesbians enjoy lesbians, if you know what I mean. I mean, like, I know what you mean by that, Hachun, but I do mean it in a more like, oh, I actually like this type of relationship sort of thing. Like, I don't like see it in a, you know,
先制攻撃よ。
任せて。
fetishizing way.
行くよ。
I was saying that sexuality shouldn't be someone else's gross purposes. I know you mean it that way. Too many men out there who cheers and hoots when they see girls because it's like so gross. I mean, like, I can understand like when people fetishize certain things. Like, it seems really rude, especially when it comes to like relationship types and everything. I feel like I never really saw a lot of people that like, especially men. I think I grew up in an environment where there wasn't a lot of people who would actually like, you know, be like, oh man, like Yuri's great and such. It's like my favorite genre for like R18 shit and whatnot. Like, I didn't really encounter a lot of guys that were like that. They're just like, oh, like girls like getting into one another. Like, that's completely fine. Like, we don't care. Like, you can love whoever you want. But I do know, like, out there somewhere, there's a lot of guys who are like that, and like, I kind of feel bad for lesbians when these type of guys will like, you know, fetishize their sexuality and everything. And also, what do you wrote? Stella, hold on. Let me kill this guy. Do you think Alice's Noah Phantasm would be Blood Skelter? It'd be kind of risky though, but it just hit me, and which is why I asked. Oh! Actually, when you mentioned Blood Skelter, that means all the girls met the minimal requirement of being a berserker, which isn't that hard to fill out, let's be real. Like, everyone can be a berserker. You just have to have, like, a single moment of madness in your life, and then boom, there you go, you met the requirements. It would go hard in the war. Well, yeah, it would.
終わったか。
Okay, so that nightmare has to be upstairs then. Good to know.
気をつけてください。
出番だね。
Wait a minute. Hold on. Yep, got it.
我もいるぞ。圧倒的勝利よ。手に入れたぞ。
Where is the nightmare? I'm assuming that's gonna be right up ahead. Like, I might accidentally like stumble on it.
任せて。覚悟はいいな。行くわよ。
Let's see. Charge. Charge.
出番ね。
感じはぶっつれ。
戦闘終了ね。
Although Alice would need a lot of mana and mana, sorry, and Jack better be ready. I mean, like she already been like drinking his blood since they're like together, so I don't think Jack's gonna mind at all, unless we're talking about the different type of mana transplant.
手に入れたぞ。
Not transplant, transfer. Oh shit. Alright. Good to know. What the heck is this room? Alright. Feels like a big circle.
行くぞ行くぞ。
Alright, good to know. Thank you, game. Oh wait. I finally can perch everyone. Thank you.
出番ね。頑張って。
行くぞ。
行くよ。頑張るわ。別で行くわよ。
I was grinding in nightmares, right? Oh, okay. What happened, Rudo? Did the game crash? You got lucky? Or like you got struck by a nightmare?
行きます。開通です。行きます。
So I got to the part of the city streets where I could have gotten Kaguya. Alright, keep going. Hold on, let me throw this in.
行くぞ行くぞ。任せて。覚悟はいいな。出番ね。手を貸すわ。強くなれたわね。
I mean the other mana, not the blood. Of course. Lucky for Jackie will make Alice even more powerful. I mean, like... Given their relationship... Alice was already gonna be powerful to begin with. Let's see...
出番だね。
I think Wind Edge will be the appropriate option.
でも受けてみろ。
Instead, I decided to be daring enough to ignore the fact that I should have got Kaguya before entering the rooms with open fire and speedrun it with Cinderella's 12 dash. Oh, so you kind of like went yourself to death? I'm assuming that's what happened. But like,
出番ですね。
hmm.
白雪も今は任せろ。
That is an interesting thing that you mentioned. How come I didn't thought of that? What, really? You didn't burn to death? Oh man, I want to know what happened next. Tell me. I meant Rudo, my bad. Not Stella, Rudo. I don't know why, but I'm like mistaking you guys' names together for some reason. But we didn't do a fusion dance. I'm sorry, you guys. I don't know why. But my brain's slowly feeling like mush right now. Even though I know like, before I was able to do longer streams, but for some reason, my brain is just like slowly becoming like mashed potatoes. Maybe it's the summer heat. I'm not sure. Let's see, instead I actually made progress and connected area 2 with the rest of the post-chapter areas. And this was all over oh, blood crystals, oh my god. Don't remind me, Rudo, like, getting blood crystals in the first game was such a pain because a lot of classes need it. Like, you need it in order to unlock the other classes, and like, it didn't help the fact that prior to that point, the only way you could grind for like blood crystals was in like the city streets and you had to kill the rabbit enemies, but even then they don't drop it that often. So like, god damn. That's really cool. Yeah, killed it. Yay, thank you. Ooh, yay, we survived. Actually, not survived, dodged the hit. No worries, all need is some red cuddling and give you some mana 11, you feel much better. Oh, thank you, Stella. I think that will be quite delightful. Man, I'm getting a lot of items that I could like sell for more money. Essentially, screw downtown. Wait, hold on. Essentially, screw downtown. I need the blood crystals, then proceed to just ignore and not having that blue card. That's nice. Well, I'm glad you got your old blood crystals because like you can like it opens up like your job selection. the... Yay, flipped it. Thank you.
頑張っていくぞ
Charge.
頑張るぞ
Recovery.
ぶっ潰すとどめだ
Smack.
終わったか
Oh, I love this.
やりましたよ
Wait, can I just rabbit jump this? I think I can. Oops. Almost got it. Maybe pay attention more next time.
これはどうかし
There
ら
we go.
行くぞよい
No one, not only I got money, but I got every blood maiden to enter Massacre at once. Oh, that's really pog. That's actually really good. Oh my god. Wait, is there really nothing here other than that treasure? Yeah, there is nothing here other than that treasure. So that means we only have this random corner of the room and also this random corner here. And then up here is where we're gonna fight the nightmare and get access to the second half of the dungeon. I'm actually looking forward to that. This is a good part. Chris. Why do I keep falling? I feel like pitfalls in 2 literally takes away so much of your HP. Like, it took away half of my HP. So that means, in theory, if I were to fall into a pit twice, it's just instant game over. Oh, that's so awesome. Every blood maiden into Massacre mode is a great picture to have. It is. It does look like cool, like, wallpaper. Oh yeah, I just noticed we got another Prodigy Tiara. Oh yeah, Rudo, and also Hutchin, since also Grim. Since you guys are here, and I already showed this to Stella. So remember how I complained about Tiny Princess being absolutely garbage in this game? Like, I really, absolutely... Like, it's absolute garbage and such. But there are some armors that you can, like, do Tiny Princess on. That actually, like, that's actually, like, pretty good. So what do you say, Hachun? Let me see this real quick. It's kind of comforting to see a Mary Skelter expert like you fall into holes like that, because essentially when I first started this game, the railroad area, I fell into every single hole before crossing it with Greta, and I thought I was bad. What's up? And it just happens to the best of us. Yeah, I honestly make dumb mistakes, like fall into pit holes. Like, I forget about, like, oh yeah, there's a pit hole here, and then it takes away like 50% of everyone's HP. But like, yeah, so despite me complaining a lot about Tiny Princess being absolutely garbage in Mary Skelter 2 and the remake, unlike the original game and finale, there's a few armor sets that do benefit greatly from Tiny Princess. So here's like one example. We have the Batik earrings. It becomes this. Like you get more magic defense and like more agility and slightly low defense, but you can easily fix that with like upgrading it. But then we have the Prodigy Tiara. Okay, so look at the stats. So it's 11 defense. Are you ready to see what it looks like when we shrink it? The defense is 109. And I believe this still works in Finale, and I told Toya about it, and he did it, and he was surprised of how powerful it was. So like, yeah, that's like one armor set that I remember actually benefiting greatly from Tiny Princess. Like, look at this. It went from 11 defense to 109. That's practically like times like 10? Question mark? If I'm doing the math correctly, almost times 10. And such, but like, yeah, look at this. Oh, oops, I didn't mean that. Like, look at this. There's actually like one good armor that benefits greatly from Tiny Princess. Like, giving this to anyone just makes them like an absolute tank. But other than that, like, absolute garbage. Tiny Princess, garbage. No weapons benefit from it. No other armor set except for the two that I just point out. And maybe the lucky dress and the nurse outfit. But other than that, garble. No reasons. Yep, absolutely no other reason. Absolutely no other reason. Shame on you, dummy. Shame on you. At least it's better in Finale. I can't wait to like play Finale, and then I can show you guys like a bunch of like Tiny Princess shenanigans, because Finale really did brought it back, and it's great. I love it. Also, I don't really consider myself an expert, Hachun. I'm kind of surprised that you call me an expert. I just see a lot of the things that I do as like, oh, like here's like a cool, neat trick. But I don't really see myself as like, oh yes, I will consider myself like a pro in Mary Skelter. Like, no, I don't really see myself in that light. I'm just like, oh, I just like to experiment. And like, this is what I saw when I played this game. Fair enough. But you know all the little in-betweens too, and where to find the art. I'm just a passionate fan, okay? I don't think that's enough to qualify me as an expert. I don't know, you're probably better. You're a better wiki than the Mary Skelter wiki. What's funny is that a lot of the info that I know is from the wiki, actually. But the other stuff that I do know is from other like fans of Mary Skelter that I saw like game fact forums of. They're the ones that I consider like the true experts, because they know like, not only they know Japanese, they play the games in Japanese. One of them managed to actually like get a letter from one of the developers where he wanted to ask him a question on like, oh hey, like you named this location in Finale after a real life train station, and we're wondering like, is this like some kind of like interest, like we want to know like the reasoning for it and such. And the developer actually replied back saying that as much as I want to do an interview with you to answer your question, I need permission from Compile Heart in order to do so. And I was like, oh man, this guy is like, he's definitely like more pro. Oh, he managed to actually get word from the developer and such. Like, that's honestly pretty cool. exactly, Hachun. That was my reaction when I saw that. I was like, oh my god, that's awesome, man. So yeah, this is where we're gonna fight the nightmare. So let me do my last minute saving. Alright, let's go.
いたナイトメア。ここを突破すればきっと脱獄まであと少しだみんな。
Yes, IMO. Cinderella and / or Alice could just slip by, get a clone of Kazuma Kiryu outfit wherever his outfit in Yakuza 0 or his outfit in Yakuza 1 / Kiyoami onwards, and absolutely no one will bat an eye. Yeah, that would be interesting. Like our favorite Mary Skelter characters dressing in like other game franchises outfits. That would be cool. I mean, they already did it with like Death and Request and such, but I kind of want to see like a Mary Skelter rep in Neptunia, because I do know like in Neptunia they mostly do like game companies and like game consoles and such, but there's occasions where they do have like crossovers from like characters from their previous works, and I'm hoping that Mary Skelter might make one like crossover into Neptunia, or maybe like they make a reference to it at least. Also, I wanted to make Red fight the Nightmare here, but I forgot to change her. But good thing I saved, so that maybe after I kill the Nightmare, I can just reload my save, switch the team, and then like, you know, just refight the Nightmare again. Yeah, I could do that. I have extra time. I don't mind spending more time fighting this guy again.
ラプンツェルたちは負けない。そうですよね、ラップ。私たちの連携見せてあげますわよ。
韓木島のナイトメアだ。今まで以上に気を引き締めて戦うぞ。出番だね。全力で行くよ。勝つのはいいな。 いいわ、頑張るわ、頑張って。白髪の番ですね。こっちで行きます。いい感じだわ。味わいなさい。覚悟して。頑張るわ。私たちの攻撃効いてるわ。確かに強いけど全然負けてないよ、私たち。もう少しでナイトメアの断末魔が聞けるね。さすがはナイトメア、敵意が全く消えませんね。ならば今一度我の強さをその目に焼き付けさせてやるぞ。ああ、 今がチャンスだ。みんな一気に叩き込もう。勝ちに行くぞ。
Alright. I don't think he's gonna be too tough. He seems like he's the same from the first game.
行くよ。手当てするよ。 覚悟しろ。行くよ。全力で行くよ。 悟して頑張るわ。全力でいくわよ。
よしきた頑張れよしきた
出番ね。覚悟なさい。行くわよ。見せてあげるわ。耐えられない。すごいわよ。早く行かせて。最高だわ。
覚悟いっちゃいますどうぞ体の奥が奥の番あられ我慢できぬぶっ潰す助けてやる
手を貸すわ。抑えられない。ここからが本番だ。ここか
Why
ら
not Jack? Because you know this is his dungeon. Hell yeah! Thank you, Alice. Oh my god, she Kagami it from a counter. That's amazing. I do like counter. It's so fun.
やるわよ。終わったか。
体がみなぎる行くぞ
Oh, never mind. Hamlin killed it.
楽勝だ。
Jack is going in. Hmm.
これで終わりだ。
Well, still, I am gonna refight this with red because I was like, oh, I wanted to fight this with red, but I forgot to switch it. So I am gonna redo it real fast.
どうしたのね。ありがとう。
Oh, he said good work. How cute.
これですっきりしたねやったねお姉ちゃん
Yes.
脱獄がぐっと近づいたってわけよね
I guess that we're much closer to escaping. Mm-hmm.
そのはずだよ。
Yeah.
どうしたんですか
Assumingly.
突ちゃん
What's the
なん
matter?
か不安要素でも
いや、監獄島のてっぺんまではまだまだ長い。何があるかわからないって思ってね。そうね。これで終わりだと考えない方がいいかもしれないわね。
確かに何があるかわかりませんもんねはい気を引き締めます
そういうわけでみんな、この先も油断せずに進もう。
Mm-hmm. Alright. This is good. Okay. I do find it funny that there's a little jail panel that's like, if you land on it, you just get 10 gold. Like, you just get 10 cents. I don't know the purpose of it. I think it's just a case of like a cruel joke, but like, I don't know. It's just funny that there's an actual Joe roulette like that. Like, think about it. Like, imagine like having like a full roulette of just like 10 gold. It's just a Joe being like, oh, here's some pocket change. Like, like, are you for real, my man? Like 10 gold ain't gonna give you much. Like none of the items in the game will cost 10 gold. I mean, this synergizes well with Red's like character skill, but at the same time, like I don't even know what's considered 5% of like. Wait, is that even her max HP? Like, hold on, let me check. Yeah, that is her max HP. So what is 5% of 1,247? Wait, how? What is 5% of that? Let me go punch in the calculator because I can't do percentages on my head. In my head. Let's see. 1, 2, 4, 7 times that. Subtract. Wait, no, not subtract. $62-ish? I think I'm calculating this correctly. But like, yeah, who would put someone at 62 HP just for a passive skill to work? Like, if this was Etrian Odyssey 2 with the Revenge skill, then I can literally have my Hexer be at like level, like at like 1 point of HP, and then she'd just be like doing the max damage cap on everything. But like, this isn't Etrian Odyssey. This is Mary Skelter, where it's more what do you call it? Compile jankiness. This isn't Atlas jankness. Let's say this. Yeah, maybe, but like still. Are you for a real game? Auto defense is already good at like that level, so I don't need to do. Counter is also good at that level too. I don't think I need any of the stall skills because it's chant, and I don't really like chant that much. Counter attack when hit by a single target magic attack. There's not really a single target magic spell you get throughout the game, so that's fine. Resist all is pretty good. Like, this is actually a really good skill to have at like at least level 1 or like level 2. Yeah, it's not that bad. Alright. Alright, let's go fight the nightmare again. Skip the dialogue.
頑張るわ。頑張って。いい調子だ。出番ね。行くわよ。さあさあ刻んでやる。乗ってるよ。次は私だよ。いい抜群。
Now the nightmare will do SWAT shit because we took away his attack. Yeah, Ghetto agrees with me.
叩きのめすわ。早く行かせて。
Are you sure you're not a sadist, buddy? I'm not. Actually, when I think about it, I am slightly. But I'm too nice to be super sadist, though.
全力で行くよ。覚悟はいいな。暴れちゃいますよ。
Look at that. The nightmare didn't do SWAT shit. It's literally 1 point of damage.
行くわよ。これでも味わいなさい。出番ね。これでも味わいなさい。行くわよ。
That wasn't bad. That was not a bad, like, setup. That actually went really well. I'm surprised. I thought I was gonna like trip and fall, but this actually paid off well. Oh yeah, that was the fire. My bad. Oh my god, this is evil. Like, look at this. This would have been like a great spot somewhere else, but they just put it right here. And there's like a pitfall right here. That's just evil. Oh yeah, I forgot, like, even after you beat the nightmare, we're technically not done with this floor. We had to, like, we have to explore a little bit more just to get to the second part of the jail tower. Oh yeah, I completely remember that. You did way better the second time than your first time. Yeah, I think the reason why was because, like, I managed to, like, you know, debuff the nightmare's speed so that it didn't get its turns in more often. and because of that, that just like that just make everyone like, you know, get their turns in a lot more. They're just like, yep, my turn, my turn. Like it's just their turns.
見せてあげる行くよ私の力見せてあげる私の力見せてあげるラッキーですね
Although I do feel like Alice with gun actually like paid off a lot more than I expected. I feel like this ending the game with gun Alice, but I kind of want to show you guys what team setup I used when I first beat this game when I played it for the first time. Okay, so I can't get a turn again, so I have to use this. God damn it, it didn't do that much damage. I hate this. Oh, I thought it was the bond between you and Red and mine's with Alice. I mean, maybe, but like, I feel like in this case, it was literally just like decreasing the Nightmare's agility really paid off a lot. I kind of hate how Red doesn't get access to like a good AoE attack like Alice and Cinderella. Like the only like okay one is the water one, but it's such a low range. I want something similar to like this, like Wind Edge and such. I want it to be like this, but she doesn't get it. What's even more sad is that in the first Mary Skelter game, I think like they all get access to a skill called Volley, which is something that only the Logic class learns instead. Which I would have liked it if they give it back to the Libero for finale, because I feel like they really did make the Libero like feel more like a magic class in the second in Mary Skelter 2. I know like guns really break things and like Libero can use all weapon types and such, but like even still like outside of that, they don't get access to any like decent like weapon. I mean physical skills, if you ask me, other than like I'm trying to remember one of them. I'm trying to I think it was called Blood Maneuver. Like okay, that one's like decent I guess, but like I don't know man, it doesn't do that much damage for me. Let's see. Endure sucks. I think Spirit Tech is worthless. Let's see. Blood Element is Chant. I don't really have much use for Chant spells unless I like get First Strike and shit. Bloody Maneuver. Yeah, I think this one was actually decent in 2. It sucked. It's kind of not great in finale because of like how expensive it uses. And like the more points you add in it, it gets more and more expensive, and it doesn't even like increase the damage output. So in other words, yeah, it sucks in finale. Like Bloody Maneuver sucks in finale. And Mary Skelter 2 is pretty decent because it actually does a lot. It does actually do it actually do damage. Wait, this is the enemy line. Actually, I can take advantage of that. You know what? We'll learn it. And then Blast. Oh my god. I really want to use Blast too, but I'll probably like learn this when I like max level everyone. Because at that point I think I have enough points to like learn it all. I love Blast. Blast is so fun. Why did I give Red magic attacks? Wait. Oh, I placed it all the way down there. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind putting it down there.
いくよ。
It doesn't do good damage, at least to me. I mean, for Mary Skelter 2, I feel like it was actually decent. In Finale, though, it's not that great. It's honestly not that great in Finale. I agree. Yeah, Blast is fun. Like, I feel like it was 2 in Finale that actually made Blast actually a viable way to attack. Especially in Finale with the whole, like, Blast and then Vampire glitch. Like, once you learn that combo, you're just like, yep, I have a literal single target nuke. In fact, I do have a video of me hitting the max damage cap with like a single use of Blast against the final boss of Finale. More specifically, I fought him like on a low level. I think I was like level 45-ish when I fought him. Fought them, not him, them. But I want to save it until we get to like the end of Finale, because it's like, you know, it's more appropriate and that I will take away, you know, it won't be super spoiler heavy and that and whatnot.
手を貸すわ。ひらゆきの番ですね。
行くわよ。
行くわよ。
見せてあげるわ。勝ったぞ。
Oh, kind of reminds me, I should probably look into whatever specialty passage carry over between classes or not. If you're talking about Mary Skelter Nightmares, then no, like, passive skills get carry over between classes. That's only something that 2 and Finale did. For Nightmares, original and remake, you cannot carry over passive abilities. You can only carry over, like, combat skills, like, you know, attacks and, like, you know, buffs and debuffs. And healing, of course. Which, if you ask me, after like experiencing Mary Skelter 2, like allowing you to keep passive abilities from like classes and such, honestly, it's really fun to like mess around with. Well, I know it's like it's fun in a sense that you can literally make everyone like extremely busted. Like you can have your scientist just always have like the logic skills on. And like, you know, the archers have their busted like passive abilities for their normal attacks. Also, they can keep analyze from the mimic class, so that like that's literally why you can see the enemy's HP right now. Like, I made both my scientists learn the analyze skill and just made them keep it forever. So now we can actually see the enemy's HP, even though it's just a bar instead of like numbers. Honestly, I don't know which one I prefer. I've been more of a numbers person. A bar doesn't really convey, like, how much damage I'm doing, to be honest. Or how much, like, HP the enemy has left. I don't know, that's just like a me thing. I always prefer, like, seeing the HP number of an enemy rather than, like, seeing a life bar. Makes sense, yeah. Which is great, saves us in the long run. It does. Like, the fact that you can keep passive abilities into in Finale is, like, amazing. Okay, so I am going the right way. I thought I was going the wrong way for a second, until I was like, okay, there's no need for me to backtrack.
一丁上がり。任せて。受けてみろ。出番ね。頑張って。戦闘終了ね。
Oh, we found the upstairs. Good. Okay, I want to check this area real quick, and then we will unlock the second part of the jail tower. Oh, it's a destroyer. All right. I'm surprised that there's not a shortcut for like the jail trial. I'm sorry, for the jail tower part 1. Like, remember in the first game, like there was a bunch of shortcuts for the jail tower, but it seems like there isn't a lot for the second game, which is kind of weird. I do know there's a lot of shortcuts in the second part of the jail tower, but I'm surprised that the first part doesn't have it. Maybe the jail wants you to fail? Well, it'd be kind of weird if it does, because remember the first game when we were destroying its cores, especially the one like at the second part of the jail tower? Jack explains that, wait, the jail's happy that we're destroying the cores. So it'd be weird if it's like, you know, not letting, if it's trying to make us fail. But it is interesting that there's no like shortcuts for like, you know, the first half of the jail tower. I do know there's a lot of shortcuts in the second half though. Look, it's the second half.
上がってきた高さを考えると、どうやらちょうどここから上層階みたいね。なるほ
やっと半分を超えたところか。順調ですね。この調子で。今の何よ。なんて不気味な鳴き声でしょうか。おつーちゃん、これって。
声や鳴き方は違えど、こんなおぞましい存在は他にない。で
もナイトメアなら下で倒したじゃないですもん。
上層は上層で別のナイトメアが支配しているということのようね。
まったく面倒な限りだな。
Wait, the nightmare is scared. Yes, I can feel its fear. But why?
ちょっと、あと何回ナイトメアと遭遇しなくてはいけないんですか？
大丈夫だよ。ひとまず辺りに白い闇は見えないし、鳴き声だって遠い。慎重に油断せずに進んでいけば大丈夫だよ。
そうね、距離はあると思うわ。
あと少しだもんね。今度も絶対突破しようね。
ああ、もちろんだよ姫。ここまで来たんだ。絶対に突破しよう。じゃあみんな気をつけて進もう。
Okay, so I do want to comment something really quickly. So, I do like how they just put like question mark for like whatever nightmare sound that they, heard. But they didn't like specifically say that, oh, it's the mysterious nightmare and such. And not only that, but the cry of the nightmare is actually different from the mysterious nightmare one. So it makes you go like, wait, is that really the mysterious nightmare that they're talking about? Or is it like a whole different one? And such, like, that's like an interesting small detail that you don't really notice when you first play, sort of scenario. Oh, we found a shortcut. I mean, back to home base. Not shortcut, back to home base. Because if it was the mysterious nightmare, then they would have just put the text box like, oh, mysterious nightmare. But they didn't, and the roar sounded it sounded different from the one that we are used to, from the mysterious nightmare. It's just something that I noticed. Also, yay! We no longer... Well, not yay. So we no longer had sprint anymore as the random battle theme. Instead, it got replaced with the mini-boss theme. Quantum Mechanics. I mean, I do like Quantum Mechanics. It is a good, like, mini-boss theme. On par with Urge to Freedom in the first game. Like, Urge to Freedom is like a really good, like, mini-boss theme. Like, let's be real. And such. And whatnot, but like, hey look, we have the lock enemies, but we have a brand new enemy type that I don't think was in the first game, like, at all. I don't remember seeing these like suspiciously well-endowed plant ladies in the first game, so I'm assuming that they were introduced in the second game and then they appear later on in the remake. I think they appear in the remake. I don't think they do. I don't know. My memory is not that great. I do know that they appear in finale. I do know that. Oh, that's true. Though I never got to hear it much in the JP. All right. These Ivy Tails. TOS jail. I mean, come on, it's the jail. Let's be real. Oh my god, I just realized. They have a Not only they're well endowed, but they have a nice bakery. Oh my god. I just noticed it. I was like, wait.
手を貸すわ。行くわよ。行くわよ。
Good thing we can one-shot them.
レベルアップよ。
Okay, so I feel like this is the appropriate time for me to like actually be like in the max level. So you know what that means? I'm gonna be spamming this like
来たぞ。
control gel with the mysterious pieces.
任せて。
Oh, I remember you. Honestly, I don't even know what this guy's supposed to be. Like, he's made of wood, I'm assuming. But other than that, I don't know what is this supposed to like represent and shit. Like, I don't know, man. I know like harp plays a role in Jack's fairy tale, as it was like the dirt item that he was gonna steal from the giant. But like when he grabbed it to try to steal it, it ended up making a sound that woke up the giant, and the giant's like, oh my god, there was a human trying to rob me, and then, you know, it chases Jack down to the beanstalk, but Jack was fast enough, and then he chopped down the beanstalk, and you know, it fell down with the giant, and he fell to his death. And such. So yeah, like yeah, I'm assuming that's what they're trying to do, but at the same time, like I could like see it as like Pinocchio.
頑張って。頑張るわ。
I don't know, man. Like, I know it's Compile Heart. They don't really think too much about when it comes to like monster designs. They just reuse it from like their older games and such. But there are occasions where they do like take the thought effort to actually design the monster.
全力で行くわよ。勝てましたね。
I know, I'm a disgrace. Come on, Stella. We are all kind of degenerates here. Let's be real. Unless you're talking about like not hearing it too much in JP.
みんな、戦闘準備。覚悟しろ。出番だね。行くわよ。頑張って。当たって。出番だね。ジャック、見ててくれた？
Both actually. Alright, Sleepy. You did so well. But now it's Kaguya's turn. Kaguya. Yeah, Kaguya. I don't know why, but every time when I see Kaguya's name, I keep thinking of Senran Kagura. Kagura. Which is also another series that I really like a lot. I do want to like stream that one too. Hey, thank you, bud.
行くわよ。
I love JP dub so fucking good. And yes, I am lewd as heck. I mean, like, we're all lewd here.
ついてる。白雪に任せ。来たぞ。
Hey, it's the demon enemy from every Compile Heart game. I remember you.
行くよ。受けてみろ。やあ、次は私だよ。
Oh wait, I want to test this out. Oh, okay, it does do a good amount of damage. Good. Oops. Alright, I think this is like a good place for me to stop and go back to home base.
先制攻撃よ
Hey, look, it's the green bean enemies. But they're more mechanical, like look at this. They look more like, you know, mechanical rather than organic. I remember you guys. Fun fellas.
出番だね。手を貸すわ。頑張ります。お手伝いします。
やるわよ
行くわよ。当たって。勝ったぞ。
終わったのね
Oh, okay, so that was like a short... Wait, is that really a shortcut there? I'm assuming that was. Oh, I remember this puzzle. I remember this one. I can do that in the next stream. And I also remember this one. This one was such a weird shortcut. I will explain why, but this one's like one of the weirdest shortcuts in like the franchise, if you ask me. Of like, when you actually see how it works, you're just like, wait, really? That's how this shortcut works? Like, really? Do you think when Little Mermaid and Osu is doing their mana thing, the other mermaids can hear them? Well, probably. I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. Like, they never really explain, like, if the rooms that the Blood Maidens get, like, are they soundproof? Like, are they, like, legit soundproof that you can, like, make as many noise as you want in it? Or, like, is it real, or is the walls really thin that you can actually hear people talking through it? Like, I honestly am curious about that part, actually. Because, like, think about it, like, if the rooms are soundproof, that will check out. Like, that will actually, like, make sense. Because remember, like, Little Mermaid likes to sing a lot, but she usually sings by herself. And since not everyone hears her singing, I would assume that she always practices in her room. And if that's the case, then that means the room is probably soundproof then. Fire pillar, and maybe more fire pillar. Yee, you killed it. Yeah, I remember this puzzle. Okay, like... So the idea of this puzzle was... you flip this switch, and this will open this door for like a certain amount of time. And you can do this like in two ways. You can either be like... you can just Cinderella it, you know, Death Wallet. I'm pretty sure a lot of people will just Death Wallet. Or you just be like Gretel and just put like a portal here. And then flip the switch, use the portal to go back here, and then just walk in. Ooh, if Osu would die if she knew everyone would heard her Little Mermaid saying that you like it when I hit you on the floor and eat like a pig you are. Oh my god. That would be kind of... honestly, that would be embarrassing if anyone heard you guys, like, bedroom talk. I think that's, like, something that everyone can universally, like, understand. Yeah, you flipped it. Good job. Good job, me. Alright, I don't remember. I remember Random Rush being decent in the first game, where it can, like, hit the enemy 1 to 5 times. Remember, it's 1 to 5 times instead of like guaranteed 5 times. I think in the second game they nerfed it so that it only hits the enemy like either 1 to 3 times or was it 1 to 4 times? I don't remember, so I'm gonna test it out right now.
決めてください。さあさあ
Well, that was useless.
次は私だよ。後悔しなさい。ジャック、圧倒的勝利よ。
強くなれたわね。悪いです。
Yep, that was absolutely useless. I don't know, I just got unlucky, I guess. My god.
行くよ。
Oh, those enemies in the back! I didn't notice them. Oops.
頑張って。
終わらせちゃいましょう。これからの働きぶりも見てください。
Oh, she has 444. How nice.
アイテムだ。
Okay, poison bomb.
敵だ。出番だね。
I know Osu would want to die on the spot if she knew everyone heard Gretel. Gretel will be loving it unless Little Mermaid takes Osu's mouth shut, but she might be safe. I mean, knowing Gretel, she's probably already there and knows everything. Because of her leaving like bread portals everywhere. Which would make sense, because you know in the fairy tale her brother like left a trail of like breadcrumbs to trying to find her way home. I would assume like that kind of habit will also bleed into Gretel, since she's the only one that has like bread portals, so I'm assuming that she just leaves like a bunch of them around.
受けてみろ。手を貸すわ。行くわよ。
She will spy on them the most. Cinderella and Rappy might walk into one night. I mean, given how like they just barged into like Little Mermaid's room just to sleep with her in that one event, and then they did the same thing to Osu. Like, yeah, that will totally that will probably happen.
戦闘開始だ。出番だね。覚悟はいいな。
Where? Yep.
頑張って。すべて駆逐するんだ。レベルアップだ。
So what kind of lie will Little Mermaid would make, I wonder? I don't know, to be honest. I think Mermaid would just be honest. If I'm gonna be real with you, like, Mermaid doesn't seem like the type of person that will lie. And when you take into account of her fairy tale, she's also known for being quite honest with her stuff. Well, honest question mark? I know like in the fairy tale, like the mermaid was kind of just doing things. I actually do need to like think more what I'm trying to say right now, but honestly, given the personality of Little Mermaid, she will totally be like not hiding anything. She'll just be honest about it.
頑張って。よし、勝った。ついてる。いいもの見つけました。
True, but it's kind of hard to tell kids about the manhunt. Yeah, that's true. I would assume that Mermaid would be like either like can I be like Jack and just like make up like something real quick? Well, like you know, like not completely lying, but be like something along the lines of like,
私の力見せてあげる。
you know, or babies come from like storks, sort of like type of thing. Like I think Mermaid would do something similar like that.
これはどうかしら。
Yay! Thank you, Rapid Jump.
アイテムゲットです。千雪に任せて。
is a good blood spot, but it's like over a gap. I don't know why the game decided to generate one right there. But like, I can't complain. That's fine and dandy. What do we get? No, really? No space? I wonder what it is then. I'm gonna hope that we might get some really good weapons here. And after I get good weapons, I'll try to see if there's good armor. And after I see good armor, I'll see if there's good accessories. Like, this is fine and dandy. Thank you, game. And I think I'll explore as much as I can here. So we're gonna go back to home base and use the, you know, the shortcut. Well, not shortcut, like the teleport to go back to home base. And we got a bunch of side quests. What do we get? Giant insects. I will do that off stream. This one, yeah, I can definitely do that for like the final stream where I just like round up the remaining side quests. This one, yeah, I can definitely do next stream as well. These two I can do like while we're in the dungeon and if I feel like going back to home base. Oh yeah, I should turn this one in, but I'm out of space. I'll do that later. And there's no other affection events, yes? Yes, okay. So this really does feel like I'm reaching the end, like the very end of this game. So, good. That means I can like kind of gauge how long I want the next stream to be. That's good. That's really good. So let's save, and I want to pull the ending and, sorry, what do you call it? The ending screen. And like we can like do a brief recap, and then I say my goodbye to you and everything. Save. I already did, Stella. I did it. You saw me. But like, yeah, let's go to the end. Good. All right. Oh my god, we did a lot. How long has the stream been? I want to check. It's been 6 hours and 30 minutes. Are you kidding me? I really did want to do a shorter stream, but I ended up doing a lot because of like, you know, a couple of mishaps. Oh well, I don't mind it. We're able to like talk a lot, talk about all sorts of random things that I enjoy talking, and we did a lot of progress too. So let's do like a brief recap then. So we did the jail tower. We finished the first half of it. Despite me dying and forgetting to save and lost 2 hours of progress, I think I did pretty well to make up for it. And then we talked about random things like fate and like how the girls can translate into the fate / Type Moon universe. And then we talked about random Mary Skelter things. And we just unlocked the second half of the jail tower. So I'm hoping that the next stream that I'll do is gonna be like, you know, the final like Mary Skelter 2 stream, where essentially we're gonna do the rest that the final chapter is gonna offer. I'm gonna round up the side quests. I'm gonna like, you know, make sure everyone's like tip top shape, ready, and have everyone be max level. And what else am I gonna do? And also do the bad and then the true ending afterwards. And maybe if we have enough time, I can like look at the bonus stuff real quick. And here's the end part. Are you ready? The end part is that I'm gonna try to do a second battle with the true final boss again. So in other words, like next stream is just gonna be a lot of things that I'm planning on doing. And whatnot. But let me see what you guys say real quick. Next time might be the same, really. Fake go in the summer. Yes, fake go and like how I don't like the heat of the summer, to be honest. But yeah. 6 hours, man, that's a really long time. I mean, Rudo, the last time I did a long stream, it was 9 hours, and that was like for the final stream of like that was for like the bad and good ending of Mary Skelter 1. Like that one was like 9 hours. Like you guys saw me did like 9 hours of that game just to get like every girl's ending and such. And whatnot. But like, yeah, I hope so too. It's going to be so good. Yes, I can't wait to see that. Alice needs to finish the final boss and win. Don't worry, Stella, because when I played Mary Skelter 2 for the first time, and I did both the bad and the true ending, Alice was always in my team. And the reason for that is because of a couple of gimmicks that the bad ending final boss and the true ending final boss does. And because of their gimmick, I had to keep Alice on me all the time. But like, yeah. So I think that's all I'm gonna say to you guys. Oh yeah, I forgot to like tell you guys about the next stream. Okay, so I'll do a stream on either tomorrow or Monday. If you're wondering like why maybe tomorrow, like why you say that statement, that's because like I don't know if I'm able to like wake up early enough for me to like plan this like type of long stream and such for tomorrow. But if I'm not able to, then like I'm like, well, I can't like stream late because like that will like cut away a lot of my time. So like possible stream tomorrow if I wake up really early. If not, then it's gonna be 100% Monday, sort of thing. So let's say like tomorrow will be 50% of a stream, while Monday is like 100% a stream. I hope that makes sense. So like yeah. That's all for the schedule. I have to tell you guys. Oh yeah, I forgot the time. So usual time as always, 11 a.m. PST time, or yeah, around that time. So like yeah, that would be the usual time and everything. So that's all I have to say to you guys. So I'm gonna say goodbye. Wait, let me read you guys this chat real quick. Then I'll say goodbye. So hopefully Monday, yes. And good luck, music. Thank you, Rudo. I definitely need all the luck I need for this because I am gonna do like crazy preparation work and such. But like yeah. So I'm gonna say goodbye now. So have a good day. Have a good night. Have a good afternoon, whatever time it is on your side of the world. This is Final Music saying goodbye. Goodbye. I might miss it sadly. Oh, don't worry, Stella. Like I don't mind if any of you guys miss it or such. Like I know you guys might be like busy with stuff, maybe with work, maybe with family, or maybe you just need to do something and whatnot. I don't mind if you guys like don't like jump in stream and like watch me and whatnot. That's completely fine. But like yeah. So yeah, have a good one. Monday, please. I mean, it really does depend on me, Stella. But like we will see and whatnot. But like yeah. So I'm gonna go end the stream button now. All right. Anyway, bye bye, buddy. Yep. See ya.